What is up, YouTube? Good morning and welcome back to the My Crypto Journey live stream here for Coffee and Crypto on a Sunday day. So I was supposed to be going hiking, but my buddy, he's a little sleepy, so the plans fell through, which might line up perfectly with what's going on because today we have some news to cover. What's up, Bree? What's up, Red Sox? Sorry, guys. I know I said there wasn't going to be Coffee and Crypto. I lied. Here we are. And today is kind of crazy because Crypto.com is experiencing an amount of FUD that is absolutely insane. Now, is it justified? Is it just rumors and stuff? Are people just being haters? Now, I like Crypto.com, and I've been talking about it a lot. There's a huge community behind it. I'm an investor. I've been an investor for a while. I'm a big fan of what they do, but I do have to recognize the shady things that could be going on under the hood. And I don't think CZ, would say those sorts of things unless he really meant it. That's just my opinion. What's up, Big A? How you doing? What's up, baby? What's up, Joseph? How you doing? What's up, Big A? Yeah, man, it could be a crazy day in crypto right now. Do me a favor, hit that like button. The most hilarious thing about today is, yes, Crypto.com is going down, but it's like Voltinu. Shout out to my sponsor, my only sponsor left, Voltinu. I gotta sneeze. Oh, I gotta sneeze. Voltinu going absolutely dumb today. In a market, in a market where it's supposed to be chilling out, but no, it's Voltine is going crazy. Shout out to Volt. Thank you guys so much for sponsoring me. I do appreciate y'all. But man, this whole situation is crazy, and I just want to have a conversation with the community today. I mean, I made videos about it, and this is what he said. Check this out. He said this yesterday. And I think it's really, really important, and people are kind of ignoring it, but you can't ignore these sorts of things, guys. When people like CZ say these sorts of things, you have to wonder what's going on. Now, a lot of people think like CZ is a hater, and maybe he's just a big hater. Maybe he's hating. Fine. But man, it's just so coincidental, right? It's so coincidental. Let's see where he says. He says right here, if an exchange has to move large amounts of crypto before or after they demonstrate their wallet addresses, it is a clear sign of problems. Stay away, stay safe. And this comes after, allegedly, money was sent from Gate.io back to Crypto.com. And this happened a little while ago, right? This happened a little while ago. After Crypto.com accidentally sent $400 million to Gate.io. Guys, I want to be a cheerleader for projects. I do. Okay, I want to. But when I see things like this, I have to sit there and use my logical brain and say, that doesn't make any sense. How do you accidentally send $400 million to the wrong address? Now, the allegation is, what's wrong in all this? The allegation is, CZ is saying these other exchanges, they're fibbing their balance sheet. They're sending each other large amounts of money. They're just passing the same money back and forth between exchanges, taking a snapshot of that time and saying, hey, we have this many assets back in our cryptocurrency company. That's what they're saying, right? That's what's going on. So, it's a lot of drama right now. And I know a lot of people don't like this drama, but it's happening and we can't ignore reality. We can ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. We can ignore reality, but we can't ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. And the reality is Crypto.com is down 25%. Now, if Crypto.com comes out the other end of this, okay, well, damn, this is a great buying opportunity for some of you people out there who love Crow. The volume has increased 149%, but an increase in volume could be better or for worse, right? It could be for better or for worse. So who knows? Yes, RZ. Yes, 100%. Professor 2 Crypto says, I'm putting all my money on Sata Pro. I heard that's safe. No. Yeah, of course, RZ. Big A says, if it walks like a duck and it talks like a duck, then it's a duck. Solomon says, have you heard about the Twitter thing that happened where someone paid $8 to get the blue tick and wiped out $15 billion off a company? Wait, what? Okay, these blue check marks is kind of confusing for me. I know that it's a paid service, but too many people have blue check marks, and I don't know who's legit no more. Right? I don't know who's legit. I don't know. I don't even have my blue check. I pay for Twitter blue, and I don't even have my blue check mark. Where's my check mark? Damn it! Where's my check mark? I need it. I need dollar is what I need. Yeah, no, I heard about that, Solomon. I heard something like that. Okay, but we have to, man, and dude, Okay, so let's look at those exchanges. So if we go to CoffeeZilla, or the transaction. So if we go to CoffeeZilla, we can see, check this out. What's up, Sacklehead? How you doing, baby? Good morning, good morning. We could see that right here. Crypto for, okay, so this is right here. This is the on-chain chain transactions. This guy named Connor says, why would Get.io, why would they send back Crypto.com 285,000 ETH, right? 5 to 7 days later. And these are the links, and here are those sorts of things. Because they're like, we thought Crypto.com held all their funds in offline and cold storage wallets. And Crypto.com says it was supposed to be a move to a new cold storage address, but was sent to a whitelisted external exchange address. We worked with Gate team, and the funds were subsequently returned to our cold storage. New process and features were implemented to prevent this from reoccurring. So he's saying that, hey, we implemented some processes, but it's like, you can't make that mistake. And CoffeeZilla is a little harsh sometimes, but he makes a good point. He's like, either he's lying or incompetent. Now, this is not the first time this has happened in Crypto.com's history. So crypto firm this is a post from August 31st, 2022. Crypto firm accidentally sent 10.5 million to Australian woman, took 7 months to realize. If Crypto.com sent me 10.5 million, they ain't getting the bag. See, but that's the difference between what's up, Eddie? How you doing? Yes, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, all that good stuff. But that's the difference between, centralized exchanges and decentralized exchanges. Guys, in decentralized exchanges, if you send funds to the wrong address, sorry, stuck like Chuck. But sometimes you can recoup your money if you use an exchange to send money to the wrong addresses, right? So Joey says, look how often banks mess up. Yeah, but if you're Crypto.com right now in a bear market where people, like, their trust in crypto is at an all-time low, like, this is not a mistake you can make. You got to expect more from bigger companies, You got to expect more. $400 million is not like $20. $400 million. And apparently their total assets are $2.5 billion. So that's a big chunk of their total assets. Now, the theory that CZ is putting people on blast, which is these cryptocurrency exchanges sending each other large amounts of money to make their balance sheets look good, and then sending it back when it's time for that person to have an audit. Now, that theory makes more sense than any other theory, in my opinion. That's what makes sense. I don't want to believe that because that's bad for everyone. But, you know what I mean? It's like, guys, if I love my wife, okay, and I love her to death, but I came home and she's banging some other guy, she broke my trust. I have the right to change my opinion, and so do you, right? I'm still looking at all the evidence to make sure what the hell is right. When CZ said those things about Sam Bankman-Fried, I was like, dude, what is CZ talking about, right? What is CZ talking about? And it turns out he was right? He was right this whole time. And the crazier thing about the FTX situation, you think this Crypto.com situation is crazy? It could be. But this FTX situation is absolutely insane, right? Absolutely insane. It turns out that Sam Bankman-Fried has a ton of family, friends, associates that are in with the government, Democratic political people campaigning and stuff like that. Check this out. Let's go to Elon Musk. And so Elon Musk says right here, which is absolutely hilarious. So we go to tweets and replies. People are asked if SBF is going to get investigated. And Elon Musk says SBF was a major Democratic donor, so no investigation. Not a lot of people like him saying that, but that might be true, right? Keep in mind, SBF donated $400 million to Democratic people, people in power, right? Or running for office. Now, a lot of people are blaming influencers for promoting Crypto.com. FTX. I think that's insane. How can you blame influencers for promoting FTX? Everyone's dunking on Meet Kevin. Look, I think Meet Kevin's kind of scammy sometimes. All he does is promote his freaking workshop and his program, and it's always shilling ads. Graham Stevens feels like a little better. He feels like a little less shilly. but they're both YouTubers. They make their money from YouTubing. I'm not stupid. I don't think there's some, these guys who are just great at everything else and YouTube is a part-time job. No, YouTube is their bread and butter. That's how they get their audience, their traffic and everything for their companies and websites. That's what they do. I understand that. I'm not stupid. But at the same time, when you're promoting FTX, that seems like a layup, right? FTX seems like a project you can promote. So I don't get mad at people for promoting. I think it's crazy to get mad at people for promoting FTX. Nuts. Absolutely insane. If these YouTubers, yes, they have an audience. But look who else was sponsored and invested into FTX. BlackRock, Sequoia Capital, Paradigm. Gary Gensler, SBF knows Gary Gensler and other regulators. They are very closely related and tied together. They go back a long time at MIT, where he studied. The Miami Heat basketball arena wanted to sell their naming rights to FTX. Major League Baseball, TSM Esports, one of the biggest esports teams. F1 Mercedes back in 2021. Tom Brady, the greatest football player of all time, quarterback at least. Steph Curry, top 10 greatest NBA players of all time and the greatest one right now playing the game. These guys have an audience that is much bigger than anything these YouTubers can do. So to sit here and blame Meet Kevin, blame Grant Stevens to me is insane. Look, before for other things they promoted, fine. But for FTX, I think they get a pass. Because if you're a person, who's doing the research on FTX and you see these things, you're like, oh, okay, well, maybe this is a layup, right? Because if FTX fooled these guys, of course, YouTubers could get fooled, right? Now, I think the reason, guys, and people don't want to believe this, but the reason why all these companies, especially BlackRock, Sequoia Capital, are big investors into FTX was because of the fact that SBF was kind of in with some of the regulators. He was in some of the regulators. He was in with some of the regulators. He had a large pool in Washington, and CZ blew that up, baby. Now, a lot of people are saying that SBF is a government plant to bring down the cryptocurrency market, which is a hilarious conspiracy theory, but I don't think so. I don't think that I don't think that they would put a guy who honestly could expose some corruption in Washington, which we all know there's corruption in Washington, because the further this rabbit hole goes, the more corruption that could be exposed out of Washington and regulators, Exactly, Ozzy Austin, exactly. What's up, baby? How you doing? Exactly. Hold on. Let me, Austin, get your ass on the stream, man. Get your ass on the stream. I don't care what you're doing. You're coming to hang out with me. You don't have to, but it's been a while since we did a stream, Ozzy. I want to hear your opinion on it. You don't have to, but I know you're probably busy or whatnot, but I like to hear your opinion, man. Anyways, yeah. So, what's up, Crypto Realist? How you doing, baby? People are finding connection. Dude, Crypto Realist, glad to see you back, baby. Let's go. Yeah, so it's not just cryptocurrency. It's not just these YouTubers. I think it's absolutely to blame these guys is absolutely insane. Paul says, I want to give up on crypto. Please tell me something good. All right, sounds good, Ozzy. Now, here's the thing. All right, let me just focus on the news story, then we'll talk about other things. Crypto Realist, is so good to have you back, baby. Original DJ, man. Love you, man. Okay. Right now, when times are tough, what we are noticing, a big highlight of what's going on, and which is absolutely hilarious, because centralized exchanges were supposed to be the bridge between normies and DeFi, because DeFi is a little complicated. It's confusing for people. Getting a Uniswap account, getting a MetaMask wallet and stuff like that is confusing for people. Instead, they would rather use a centralized exchange, right? Real people behind it, right? Actual people behind it. But then we have to take into account that people can get greedy, right? People can get greedy. People can do some shady things. And people put their money on centralized exchanges. And what this is doing is this is tarnishing the trust of the everyday investor that doesn't really know about cryptocurrency, but invested into Dogecoin, Shiba Inu, maybe some Ethereum because they heard about it on TV, or maybe FTX because Tom Brady talked about it. Hey, I'll put a couple $1,000s in the FTX exchange because Tom Brady talked about it. These people were destroying their trust, and that's why it's looking so bad for cryptocurrency exchanges. And now we have CZ and other people trying to expose other cryptocurrency exchanges for malpractice. Like I said, I didn't want to believe CZ when he talked about the FTT thing because I knew what it would do to the markets. I saw the writing on the wall. But as more and more evidence came out, it was hard for me to just pretend like he was lying, right? Like we said, you can ignore reality, right? We can pretend like nothing is wrong, but we can't ignore the consequences of what's going on, right? Same thing with every shitcoin that went downhill, right? Right now is the toughest time in cryptocurrency. It has to be. It has to be. I'm listening to OGs, old heads who've been in the space forever, and they're like, this is tough. Now, it's hard to tell which came first, right? The chicken or the egg, right? What I mean by this is, yes, okay, so over leveraged, bad business practices are exposed because of a bear market. The reason why people are getting exposed is because of a bear market. You know, that Warren Buffett quote talking about how when the tides are high, what the hell is that Warren Buffett quote? You know, I've been using this a lot because it's good. Warren Buffett quote, when the tide. Okay. When a rising tide floats all boats, which means a bull market, a green market will bring it. Everyone will look okay. Everyone looks like geniuses. Everyone's making money off of investing. Everyone's killing it. Day trading. Right? Only when the tide goes out do you discover who's been swimming naked. Right. So now that we have some economic turmoil, which is because inflation's too high, we're taking money out of circulation. The government's raising interest rates. Right. That means people have less money to spend in cryptocurrency because it's a risk on asset. Right. So now there's less money in cryptocurrency, which means these companies can get away with less and less as time goes on. And they're being exposed because they made bad trades. They're mismanaging customer funds. They're over leveraged and they're greedy because they're people. The only thing that is truly autonomous, finite, it's Bitcoin. It's Bitcoin. It's only Bitcoin. It's only Bitcoin. Don't at me in the chat. It's only Bitcoin. I like Ethereum. Ethereum is my favorite, but especially the move from proof of work to proof of stake makes it more centralized than anything. Bitcoin is the only thing, and it's off of an exchange. So you buy Bitcoin on an exchange, you send it to a ledger. That's the only true decentralization, in my opinion. Right. Okay, since 2016. So yeah, I mean, hey, that's crazy, right? That's crazy. Crypto Alchemist says CZ's that dealer that wants all corners and is snitching on the competition. Yeah, he might, right? Bernie says Bitcoin is king. It is true. It is true. FI XRP is not king. I like XRP because I think it represents something great. It represents something great for the cryptocurrency and all. I think that it is a big challenge to big banks, but a lot of what XRP does is riding or dying on what the SEC decides to do. Right? That's what I'm saying. Bitcoin is the only king. You can call me what you want. You can call me a Bitcoin simp. I don't even have a ton of Bitcoin. I'm thinking about buying some more. I've been dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin. The last week or so, maybe the last few days, I've been buying a lot of Bitcoin, dollar cost averaging, because I'm like, I want to be safe. The cool thing about crypto.com is that if it makes a comeback, right? If these allegations are false and they're okay, because the only way crypto.com goes down is some sort of bank run, right? But after seeing what happened with FTX, I wouldn't be surprised about anything happening. CZ has a whole agenda. This is brutal. This is brutal business at its most cutthroat. Cutthroat. CZ has a whole agenda. He does. But if what CZ is saying is true, then that's bad business practices by CRONOS. If what CZ is saying is true, and what he said about FTX was true, but if what he's saying or implying about crypto.com is true, it's bad. Does it mean that they're going to go under? No. But it is bad business practices. And it would look bad to see the CEO blatantly lying on Twitter. So, you know. Give me 1 second. Crazy. what the fuck? I bought Tectonic this morning and it's still dumping. Tectonic is dumping. So when we covered Tectonic, that was one of the this is one of the dangers of Tectonic, right? They are going off right now. Wait, who? Who's going off? Who's going off? Are they having a Twitter space? Let's go, Bree. Is CZ is this a Twitter space? Where's the Twitter space? I want to listen to it. I want to listen to it. Let's see. CZ in there? Who's going off? Austin, who's going off? I want to hear it. Ultra rare. What's that? Here, Tectonic is exclusive to the CRONOS blockchain. You know? Tectonic is exclusive to the CRONOS. It's not bridged anywhere. It's just on the CRONOS chain. That's Crypto.com's blockchain. That's the major issue. Oh, BitBoy? Let's go. Oh, BitBoy, let's go. Come on, you talking shit? Brady got that money. Brady's fine. Tom Brady is fine, okay? He's not stupid. I just tried to buy 500 CRO on crypto app. It took my fiat and never gave me my CRO. It should go through. Give it a second. Sometimes it takes a while. What did you buy it on? Crypto.com? Because you could buy Crypto.com anywhere. Yeah, but Tectonic is exclusive to the CRONOS blockchain. And of course, VVS Finance. Now, the good thing about Crypto.com is that they have the CRONOS chain. That's probably going to live forever, right? Because it's decentralized. It's the blockchain. But the thing is, it's going to be like one of those things where it could be like Terra Luna Classic if it gets abandoned. Not saying that it will, but it could, you know. It's kind of similar to what happened with Terra Luna, except Terra Luna didn't have an exchange, right? Crotama? Dude, I didn't even never touch Crotama. Should I buy Crow right now? It's up to you. We'll see what happens at the end of this. I'm just a little worried because I'm worried. Because CZ said it, and he was right about FTX. And I don't want him to be right, but he might be right. Is Tom Brady getting a divorce because of the SBF orgy? What's up, Tito Games? How you doing? Tom Brady's getting a divorce because his hot-ass wife wants him to be home. And he says, no, lady, I want to play football. Tom Brady going to be all right. He'll find someone better. Nah, shouldn't take this long. I purchased 17. When there's a lot of fear in the markets, individual, like some of these exchanges are really, really slow when it comes to processing transactions. So a lot of people are doing a lot of things. All right.
Every company going private and delisting for the New York Stock Exchange. Then there's no private.
That's not the equivalent because we still have liquidity.
There's no credit flow. Guys, the industry will not function. There's no credit flow. There's no price discovery.
It will. Our Bitcoin's way more resilient than you think. Way more. We've seen this before. It's a bigger version. We get much, we get more and more traction and more people at each cycle. But to think the fall of an exchanges, we've been through this before. I remember, and probably Charles remembers, when Mark Capellas immediately said that the fall of Mt. Gox was because of Bitcoin and said it was transaction malleability. When it turned out an exchange had nothing to do with Bitcoin, and we'll go through this cycle again. We go through it every time. Yeah, we'll take a lot of hits, and it's unfortunate that creditors, are they'll be the beneficiary of all these assets, as you say, but there's no way that you can take a bunch of illegal activities, bail out the industry and continue that. You have to wash it out through the legal system, and then these centralized exchanges and regulators will define what's going to be securities, what's going to be regulated custody, what's going to be regulated lending. And all those regulations exist, by the way. It's just the bit that doesn't exist is the definition of what the underlying asset is, whether it's a security, commodity, or virtual asset.
That's 100% right. You solve the problems of centralization with decentralization. It's about fucking time that this industry actually lives up to the thing on the label. All these people ran around for a long time and said, oh, it's decentralized, throw all your money into it because it's a new paradigm. It's decentralization. And the first fucking thing that they did when they got other people's money is they rebuilt Web 2. and they rebuilt centralized entities and reconstructed all of Wall Street, this time with very little regulation or skirting the regulations. And now that everything's coming collapsing down predictably, they say, oh, well, we got to get a bailout. Oh, you got to save us for the good of decentralization. If you don't save us, all the cryptocurrencies will come to an end. Bitcoin doesn't give a shit. Cardano doesn't give a shit. Guys, the protocols are fine. They're still going to work exactly the same way tomorrow. They're still going to work exactly the same way. And, it's a lesson. We need to decentralize. We need to get shit on chain. We need to actually build real things that don't have custodians, that don't have trust, because that's how you solve the problem. If we do a bailout, all we're doing is basically saying, well, it's okay. Once we get rid of these criminals, the next wave of criminals will be far more honest and far better. And fuck it, let's just give it to BlackRock and Chase and Goldman Sachs and all these other guys. Just let them run it, because they know how to run these types of things. I didn't fucking sign up for that. I signed up for real decentralization. I signed up to actually have an asset class that doesn't need a goddamn bailout and is self-transparent and self-auditing and open.
Let's go.
So I agree 100% with you. I think all of those guys need to go to jail. I think all of them need to be reprimanded. I'll tell you who I care about and who I worry about. People who have no idea about this dialogue. And I'm quite new to the blockchain, few years. I'm part of the regular world. I apologize. But so many new entrants into your space, into our space in the last few years, signed up by opening an account in a centralized exchange. And all I care about in this discussion is protecting those people. I do not give a shit about the centralized exchanges and their owners and their creditors. I care about the mom and pop who deposited their first fiat in a centralized exchange because, frankly, they did not know how to go to MetaMask and Uniswap and PancakeSwap. And it's okay to admit that. Because the normal world, the average Joe, does not know or is as sophisticated as you. They have opened accounts in centralized exchanges in complete oblivion to give all of us a chance. All of us. And that's all I'm trying to say.
Let's talk about how to make them more sophisticated instead of talking about how to perpetuate the very reason the industry exists. We don't solve 2008 by becoming bigger than too big to fail. That's what we did in Wall Street, and that's why crypto exists. And at some point, you have to have some tough love and let the market clear and let people wise up and grow up and realize they don't get something for nothing. And this is not a one-way relationship. The avarice that built this, we shouldn't reward it with validation and vindication of that avarice. We should educate people and say it's time for a new type of finance. It's time for a different way of doing things. And yes, it takes real use of utility and adoption. And I'm sorry, a bailout does nothing. It just rewards bad behavior.
That's true. That's true. That's what they did in 2008.
Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, just on that, I think we got to differentiate between banks and exchanges. They are completely different in my eyes. Exchanges should hold your crypto one-to-one on cold wallets or hot wallets as well. You can't bank run that. If they're holding one-to-one, you can withdraw everything from that exchange. They should be able to give it to you. Like CZ said around Binance, they hold one-to-one. So I agree with Mario. We should all, have no fear of perpetuating our views that we should withdraw from exchanges because there shouldn't be a bank run on that. So I think the kind of Web 2 or TradFi mindset is wrong in this case. So that's just kind of my view on that side. In terms of the on-chain data and kind of what we're seeing is, and we've been following this since the beginning, using the data sets that we've built, both that kind of monitor us live on Telegram and Discord. Basically, for anyone that wasn't in the space last night, I'm just going to kind of give you an overview in terms of what we saw. So effectively, FTX's both cold and hot wallets started moving funds, almost, about 30 hours ago. And we all picked it up because it wasn't just, small withdrawals that you would expect from users on that exchange. It was effectively full token balances of big tokens. Then the media assumption was actually this is potentially a hack, or this is, someone that got access to their systems, or, how they're bumping gunpoint or anything. But then we saw, in terms of when they sent that to the wallet, how did the wallet interact now that they got the funds? Because traditionally, big hackers, whether it's Lazarus, North Korea, Russia, whatever it is, whatever those institutions, are very sophisticated once they get the funds. Once they have the funds, the way they obfuscate those funds and do it in a way that you're unable to see where they've moved those funds around. They use different types of protocols, and they've got it all automated on their back end. They use private nodes, not public nodes, etc. Very sophisticated. The way this wallet interacted on chain, and this was across chains, both on Ethereum, Binance chain. I see they even on Arbitrum, Optimism, etc. They went on a few other chains. Is someone who actually doesn't really know how DeFi works. It's more someone, who's newer to DeFi. So when we saw that, we thought, this is not a sophisticated hacker. And to hack a big exchange like FTX, you would have to be sophisticated. So that for us says it more points to someone on the inside doing it.
Wow.
As an example, what they did, which was, they made massive blunders on chain. They had $40 million worth of staked ETH. Instead of, slowly drawing out of different protocols, they just straight withdrew it from the curve pool and took $500,000 of slippage. And they also didn't modify their settings correctly. They used public nodes. They effectively did it, in a way that you would expect.
So what they're talking about here, pretty much, and we'll get back into the chat here, unless you guys don't want to listen to this, but it's really important. So what they're talking about here is they're talking about like, hey, this whole FTX situation, apparently, like, people were saying that the exchange was hacked after they shut it down and a bunch of money was stolen. But then people are saying, no, this was a backdoor thing, which means someone on the team, somebody was able to remove funds from the FTX exchange. And they're saying that the way they did it was kind of like at a novice level, I guess. So it was easy to spot. Now, this FTX situation is absolutely insane. And we are really going to see where the government lies on this one, because I think the further down the rabbit hole they go and they investigate FTX, the more they're going to understand that maybe people in our government were actually involved with helping SBF and FTX push past some certain regulation. It's going to be very interesting. Now, there's a guy named John Ray or something like that who worked on the whole Enron debacle, which was absolutely insane, who's going through this with a fine-tooth comb. What are they going to find? Who are they going to expose? And is this going to be bad for regulators? Because to me, it seemed like SBF was a darling of the U.S. government. FTX was like that's why he was hated by all like the true DeFi people, is because of what he stood for. People didn't like what he stood for. And that's why people like BitBoy and CZ, all these other people, kind of came after him. Because he's not, it's not real DeFi. It's this like rich kid, who, or this kid who's trying to, obtain this crazy success and power through running an exchange. Now, Angie Tate made a very funny video calling out Sam Bankman-Fried, saying that he was just like a nerd or a loner who, scammed a bunch of people for power and influence just to get women or something like that, right? Now, a lot of people are like, oh, well, SBF drove a Toyota Corolla and he dresses like a normal person. He doesn't flex. This guy had a $35 million mansion in the Bahamas. It doesn't get more flexy than that. What's up, Rowena? How you doing? Long time no see, Rowena. And just a reminder, those that are members of my channel, which means that you have an eggplant next to your name. Yes, even in a bear market, we are going to be giving away crypto every single Monday. So tomorrow will be our first drawing of crypto, but you have to be a member and you have to follow the instructions. If you're a member of the channel, go ahead and click the community tab. You can see all the members only tab stuff. It'll tell you how to enter. The drawing will be tomorrow during the stream. So thank you guys so much. Like the stream. I appreciate you guys. Let's see what's going on with this conversation and see if they're saying anything else.
Example, like when the Ronin bridge was hacked and they managed to get some tokens, you would see they were sending a transaction every block. And that's what a sophisticated hacker does. He's got an automated system on the back end that he's able to do a transaction every block, because that's how you optimize kind of fund recovery. And so we didn't see that. We saw big slippage transactions. We saw them on the BSC chain, as an example, selling the USDT to USDC, a big slippage, losing it, then selling the USDC back to BNB, and taking and using obviously decentralized exchanges, and taking massive hits, and kind of losing a lot of more of the fund recovery, and it's also been slow. Sorry, Mario, I know.
No, continue, man. No. I didn't unmute intentionally. Continue, bro. Continue. Finish the analysis.
No,
There's chat has breaking news, and he dropped off, glitched. I'm trying to bring him up quickly.
Breaking news.
Oh, there he is.
Uh-oh.
So the breaking news I've seen is Alameda Research has started, and I guess I can't deny or confirm because it's a fresh wallet. I looked at the wallet across different chains, but Alameda Research has started moving their funds. And it's on Arbitrum, so maybe they used a different blockchain that no one's maybe aware of, but they started moving funds on Arbitrum. And for me, that says, why would if a liquidator came in and started moving their funds to a different wallet that they don't control, why would they start on Arbitrum as a network that's not as well known as Ethereum, as an example?
So just confirm, Alameda Research is moving its funds on Arbitrum?
Yes, they've just started moving. That's just, it's literally, I can tell you exactly when they did it. They did it an hour ago. They moved 104 BTC and 1,300 ETH out of the Alameda Researchers, one of their wallets, to another wallet.
Is that the news, chat? That's what you had? Do you DM me?
No, I have different news, and this is in relation to that Serum issue we were having earlier. So Cointelegraph is now reporting that the liquidity hub Serum, which remember that's backed by SBF, has been forked by the developers after the FTX hack. Solana's developers forked the widely used token.
So just to go back, hold up, bro. Serum is the one that they launched. So Sam launched Serum, and the market cap was like 80 million, and they had 2 billion. What was the circulating market cap was like 80 million. They had like $2 billion worth of tokens. Was that it?
Correct. Yes. And so they say the Solana developers forked the widely used token liquidity hub Serum after being compromised. So it was compromised by a hack on the bankruptcy exchange FTX that led to a series of unauthorized transactions. According to a pseudonymous developer, they said a verified build of the same version has been made and deployed. Additionally, the upgraded authority and fee revenues have been changed and are now managed by a multi-sig controlled by a team of trusted developers. So this he also noted that when I reached out to a couple people previously involved with Serum, I got answers like, "I wish I had more info to help you, but I really don't."
Wow.
And that's from the FTX side.
Wow.
And just going back to the point Rich kind of said in terms of that Paxos were able to, I guess, freeze the hackers PaxG. That is 100% true. I've got it on chain. You can kind of see it if you go into the Paxos Gold contract. You can see if they've frozen accounts of certain wallets, and it was frozen.
Wow.
And for me, that just shows another, sophisticated, when we saw kind of multiple hacks around, sophisticated hackers, as soon as they do it in a way where they take tokens that can be blacklisted or frozen from wallets, they immediately sell that, or they put a function on the back end. What you can do is that if that you can see if your address is about to be blacklisted, you can sell all your tokens. And that's what sophisticated hackers do, and they didn't do that. And if I have to look at the wallet, how much does it have in Paxos Gold sitting? It's got $14 million of Paxos Gold. So that's kind of a significant fund.
So they're talking about the FTX whole money hack or whatever. A lot of people are saying that, external people hacked it, but a lot of people are saying it's such at a novice level that it had to be an inside job. Now, the Crypto.com thing is very interesting, right? We're seeing Crypto.com dump a lot today off of some fear, uncertainty, and doubt that was pretty much sparked by CZ. Like a lot of people were saying, CZ caused this. Do me a favor, hit that like button right now. Hit the like button. Okay. Legal Alien says it's better that people are aware of the real dangers behind Crypto.com, though. Let's be real, that blockchain isn't doing anything new or revolutionary. Now, no, I mean, there's a lot of layer ones in the space that don't really do anything. I mean, if you look at the top, 20 to 50 cryptocurrencies, they're like the same, but they all do the same thing, but like in different ways, right? On different blockchains, different swaps, whatever, right? They're similar. Stable coins, algorithmic stable coins, whatever. But Crypto.com, its blockchain, CRONOS, had the, because we're still looking for a hard competitor to Ethereum. Like, who's going to be the next blockchain that a lot of people, build their tokens off of, right? Who's going to be the next blockchain that, they build their next, build a bunch of tokens off of, right? What is it? CRO 20 tokens, or what do they call it? CRC 20 tokens? What's going to be the next popular blockchain? And Crypto.com had that potential, right? Had that potential. So, that's the issue. Yeah, it says no real problems are being solved when layer 2. Well, that's what Polygon does, right? That's what Polygon does. Do me a favor, smash that like button, baby. Let's go. Smash that like button. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see. Mizzy Matt says, how can I contact Elon because Twitter is not freedom of speech? My account got blocked from tweeting, commenting, or anything because I called out Saitama for stealing my money. What did you say, though? If you were cursing and stuff like that, for some reason, I don't know why, Twitter doesn't like that stuff. I'm very careful what I say on Twitter, guys. I don't want to get my account blocked or deleted or lose all my followers. Like, I don't curse or anything like that. I try not to take it too far because people can report you, and I don't want to be that guy. All right, sounds good, Crypto Smeedy. Good to have you in here. Yeah. I'm kind of a little, yeah. All right, let's continue this conversation and see what these guys got to say.
Percent down for CRONOS. What's Axie at? Axie. Let me see. The metaverse is gonna get fucked right now. Okay, Axie is up 10% in the last 24 hours. No idea why.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
That would be a outlier then here.
It's in the top 3. The number one token in the top 100. Number one token that's gained the most is Tron. Sorry, it's Trust. 66% spike. Not surprisingly. GMX token is at 12%, and then Axie is at 10%. It was a bit more earlier. And we've had Jiho from Axie on the show a couple of times. And then we have next one is Tron coin. And then you have Uniswap, and then Internet Computers up as well. And the founder was in the audience earlier. Cool. All right, I'll go ahead, Kyle.
I love GMX. I think for any I think it's relevant to people here maybe know what it is, because you can do pretty much everything that you want to do on something like FTX on GMX, and I'm really happy.
Okay, for those of you just joining, what's going on right now and why people are freaking out is CZ is implying, the leader of Binance is implying, right? The CEO, I keep saying leader, the CEO of Binance, leader of crypto, is pretty much telling people or implying that Crypto.com, along with other cryptocurrency companies or exchanges like Gate.io and Huobi, are faking their balance sheet by sending massive amounts of crypto to each other to take a snapshot and then send that out to people and say, hey, yeah, this is our proof of reserves. Now, proof of reserves has become a big issue because we figured out that FTX wasn't backed by anything but funny money. So that's the issue. CZ is calling out another exchange, and so far he's 1-0, and he defeated the biggest exchange, right? One of their biggest competitors in 3 days. So goes to show you how much power what he says has. Now, is he right on this one? We'll see. But that's the accusation, right? That's the accusation. I'm not saying he's right, but what I am saying is he knows more than me. What I am saying is he knows more about crypto than me and what's going on than me. He's involved with these people behind the scenes, so his opinion is more important than mine. So that's what I see. That's what I see. And if he's saying these sorts of things and we're seeing the evidence, because here's the thing. We saw the evidence. The evidence was, we saw it, people were pulling up the transactions, right? It showed that Crypto.com sent $400 million to Gate.io, and they sent it back. Why would you accidentally send $400 million? How do you do that? Now, Crypto.com has made an oopsie like this before. They have done something crazy like this before. They sent, $10 million to some chick and didn't realize it until 7 months later. So they've made errors like this before, but it's not good. And CoffeeZilla said either he's lying or is just really incompetent. And either or is bad, right? Incompetence is bad. Incompetence is bad, guys. Joey says proof of reserves is done without knowing liabilities. Yeah, and that's the issue, Joey, is that, yeah, you can have all these reserves, right? What are your assets, but what are your liabilities, right? Because it's a difference between the two that really sees what you're worth, right? It's like your own personal net worth. You could be a millionaire, but if you have you can have $1 million in the bank, but if you have $2 million of liabilities, well then, you're not really a millionaire. Your net worth is still, negative $1 million. But yeah, CZ is going for the kill shot. And this would be catastrophic. This is not good for anyone. I hope this does not pan out. First of all, Crypto.com has a fantastic community, right? Big community. Had a lot of stuff going for them last bull run, but this is not good. Like it's objectively not good. You can get mad and say I'm spreading FUD or I'm being an asshole, but it's like I'm just telling you the news. So the issue with Tectonic is that it's exclusive to the CRONOS blockchain. Now, if CRONOS were to ever go under, who says that you still couldn't use the CRONOS blockchain, right? It still probably would exist. It'd be the same thing with Terra Luna situation. Hung like a tortoise says, why didn't Crow send a 1K test to send? Yeah, so that's what we usually do, right? Like us normies, when we send money to like a wallet, unless you're used to sending it a bunch, I always send a test transaction. If I'm sending $500 to something, I always send a test transaction first, just to make sure it's correct. Why wouldn't a big company do that before sending $400 million? Why? You see what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense. That's why I kind of believe CZ a little bit, Right? Bree says, me if I was accidentally sent millions and got asked for it months later. Yeah, this literally happened. This is not like FUD. And I'm watching people like Oscar Ramos, which I like his content too, but he's like sitting here and acting like it's everybody against Crypto.com right now. It's CZ's just pointing out a dumb mistake. Hopefully it's just a dumb mistake. I can look past a dumb mistake, but if it's shady, then damn, we got to call it out. And I don't want to. Yeah, Voltine is going crazy. If you're a Volt person, man, 12% today. Shout out to Volt for sponsoring your boy. But let's go ahead and check out Crypto.com right here. Look, check this out. Crypto firm accidentally sent 10.5 million to Australian woman. Took 7 months to realize. If anyone sent me $10.5 million, you ain't getting it back. If I open my wallet and I saw $10 million in there, the first thing I'm doing is cashing it out. Like, all right, I'm sending it to exchanges. It's getting cashed out, baby. Fiat. I'm sending it to a ledger. I'm like, what are you talking about? Oh, you sent that money? Oh, it's DeFi, baby. Oops. Finders keepers. I'll just be like, oh, I don't have the keys to that wallet anymore. Oh no, how are we gonna get in there? Oh no, I don't know. But that's the beauty of centralized exchanges. If you like centralization, because there is insurances on situations like this. Like if you have a MetaMask wallet and you connect it to a bad website and your MetaMask wallet gets drained, there is no customer service. That's on you. Break out the clown makeup, start painting your face because you got tricked, right? It happens to the best of us. But with centralized exchanges, if like the exchange gets hacked or you accidentally send funds to a wallet address, sometimes they can recoup those addresses, that money, right? Michael says if it was a white wallet, they had already sent. Yeah, I know that, Michael. So what Michael's saying is that they already sent money to this wallet before. So it's not like, it's not like they picked some random wallet, copy and pasted. Of course not. Of course. But still, it's a big mistake, though, to accidentally do that. It's a lot of money, that's a lot of $400 million is and it was Huobi, right? They said, or to Gate.io. They sent it to Gate.io. And Gate.io is another big crypto exchanges. And I'm sure, executives from Crypto.com called Gate.io and said, hey, this is the issue. And they sent it back, of course, But still, it's still a big mistake to make, That's like if you work in like logistics for a store, right? And you need to send merchandise back to a retailer. And you end up sending like thousands of dollars of merchandise to like another retailer on accident. Or maybe you send it to the wrong address. That's a huge mistake. And you got to triple check things, right? It's crazy. It's crazy. It's a crazy situation, Let's see what these guys have to say. Let's see if they're still talking. They're giving that spitting that ether. But
exchange operators to engage in malfeasance. So on that note, I think I want to give people some hope that we will persevere and live through this.
Thank you so much.
So something I want to break in just really quickly with. Trust Wallet is at is near its all-time high. It actually reached an all-time high today.
Jeez.
It's up 48%.
Jeez.
That is a complete contrary to everything else happening in the market right now, which is going towards all-time lows.
Well, so it's a
Isn't
good.
Trust Wallet's Binance self-custodial wallet?
Correct. Trust Wallet is Binance's self-custodial wallet. So
Yay!
while people appear to be moving towards Trust Wallet over other things, I myself would move to cold storage. That's just me, but I'm saying that right now, what we see right now is Trust Wallet is pumping.
Yeah, it's a good step in between if you haven't figured out self-custodial to go to a wallet like that rather than hardware if you haven't figured it out yet.
I agree. Ben, Simon, thanks, man, and Chet, and Amin, thanks, guys. Ben, how are you?
I am doing really well. How are you?
I don't know, man. You've been critical of Sam and FTX for a long time, so this is a perfect "I told you so" moment, I guess.
Yeah, well, one thing we're really happy about is the fact that thousands of accounts and millions of dollars left FTX because of the warnings we've been giving people. We've been warning about this for about 2 months now, and of course, over the last week, things have really exploded. Of course, people know the little exchange that Sam and I had it was 3 weeks and 2 days ago when he released his political manifesto, and nobody knew he was working on this stuff but us. And, we just told him, we said, get ready, bud, because we knew all this was going to happen. Now, did we know that the insolvency was going to happen so quickly? No, we didn't. CZ front ran some stuff, and I don't know if he had to do it all over again if he would have done it in the same way. But basically, he got access to a lot of the same information that we've had that has been given to us, basically the industry's burning from the inside, and it's burning extremely quickly. And obviously, we don't want this for people. We certainly hate it that people have lost money, and we don't want anything to come off as gloating. But the fact is, this was always a Ponzi, and it was always going to happen. And it was going to happen today, was going to happen tomorrow, was going to happen next year. That doesn't really matter. The fact is, it was always going to happen. And you're going to find out a lot more stuff. I've been telling everybody to wait about a month because there's going to be some stuff coming out. Exactly what Amin was just talking about. Our entire industry has been a house of cards. The market makers have kept the price of a lot of these projects up. We've got a lot of
Did we lose him? Did we lose him? I think we lost him. Oh, come on. You guys can hear me, right? I think we lost him here. Let me leave and come back. Yeah, I think we lost him. I wonder if we got shut down. Here, let me reset this. You said it sounded like Feltron. It's not Feltron. I think we lost him, dude. Yeah, this is not me. This is them. I think we lost him. Let me see if it's on my phone or maybe my computer, but I'm pretty sure we lost him. You guys can hear me, right?
And at that point, we started saying, what's going on here with this? And, of course, we started putting out the information. Nobody knew about this. It was just a fluke how I found out about it. And then all of a sudden, something happened where all of Sam's enemies that he screwed project after project after project, ICP, Casper, New Genesis, all refinance, all of these projects that he's totally screwed over the years started reaching out. And we started getting, people can check out the NBC News article that just came out yesterday or 2 days ago about this, that tells the story of a guy who they basically paid off and gave a job to in order not to leak information about the cover protocol and safe token hack. So there's a lot of stuff going on that's just not good. It stinks to high heaven. Sam's obviously going to prison, but I want everybody to be very clear about one thing. Sam was not the person that set all this up. Sam is going to go down as the patsy, as the person that takes the fall for everything. There is a man. His name is Dan Friedberg. I just posted 3 pictures of him on my Twitter.
Shit. Who's this?
This guy is the same exact guy who was in charge of the biggest poker scandal in history, which was Ultimate Bet. Millions of dollars were stolen because they had created a system where they could see other people's cards. Mike Mattisau, Phil Hellmuth, these were 2 guys that both had millions of dollars stolen through this and were promoters of Ultimate Bet. They didn't know. Dan Freiberg set up the shell companies. He set up everything. And the same thing that has just happened, where basically they had a fail-safe on FTX to be able to delete a lot of the data. The same exact thing happened with Ultimate Bet, where all the records got totally deleted and destroyed. There were audio recordings of Dan Freiberg instructing people to delete evidence. And guess what happened? He didn't even lose his license as a lawyer in the state of New York. So what we're seeing right now is an exact replica of that. Dan Freiberg was the counsel to FTX and to SBF specifically. He is wiping the entire internet of his existence right now. We have information that he's making phone calls to all the other lawyers that are connected to FTX saying, I didn't know about any of this. I didn't know it. I'm not connected. I don't know about it. We just saw a story that was put up that we contributed to about an hour ago, all about Dan Freiberg and everything he has done in the situation. And it within 30 minutes, every single news site that was on that network got hacked and the servers went down. This guy is the puppet master. This guy is the one who must be held accountable. And I posted some pictures on my Twitter. Everybody needs to share that because he's literally scrubbing the internet of his existence right now. This is the guy that set up the entire infrastructure, all the shell companies. Sam was just the one who, is going to look. Sam's not a good person.
I've got a
He's thinking
question, though, Ben. I've got a question, though, Ben.
Sure.
So I've watched you for a while myself, and I know that you at one point pumped up Star Atlas, and you pumped up other tokens that were actually now we find entwined with FTX, etc. And have issues now because of that funding. Why were you pumping those tokens if you knew that this was such an issue?
I didn't know any of this.
I think he said he knew that like 2 months ago. He got the information.
Like 2 months ago, we came across this, and when you say pumping, if we did a video on something, certainly price may or may not go up, but we weren't aware at that point of how all of this is connected. We haven't done a single sponsored video in almost a year now. So, but to attack me for things that we did 2-3 years ago is not really fair. What we're really doing is we're looking at the future of this industry and we're all galvanizing together and saying, how can we keep the negativity out? And I would say this, and I've said for a long time, a lot of the reason why I got a lot of flack for a lot of things I did is because I was just freaking naive. I was naive, just like a lot of these companies were naive to what was going on. A lot of these companies that got listed on FTX were naive to what's going to happen. There's a lot of industry players who have been manipulating influencers, projects, companies, wallets, the whole thing for years, and it just now is coming out. And I think the important thing, like I said, is we all move forward together and we create some kind of alliance to keep these people out of crypto. We all care the best. There are some of us that really care about where this industry is going. And over this next 6 months, those people are going to become clear who they are. That's what we need to support. We need to move forward. We don't need to talk about the past or what may have happened 3 years ago, a video that I did that, who knows, what I was manipulating, what I was told, what I was lied about, which is true. But we're not trying to look at the past. We're trying to move forward and get this space where it needs to be.
Ben, can I
Bitcoin.
Go ahead, Ron.
Really quick.
I got him.
Hey, Mario, do you remember yesterday in our space how someone told us that the general counsel of FTX confirms that this isn't a hack, that they're actually moving funds into a safe wallet so that the people that are now in charge of the company can direct these funds? Wasn't that the case yesterday?
Yeah, it was said, and it was said that you could take that to the bank because that is ironclad. It was said, absolutely.
Wasn't that?
And
when
I heard that, here's the funny thing. When I heard that yesterday, I was like, "There's no way in hell."
Thank you, DJ, for the $5. Love you, bro.
The lawyer of the company would be making a statement like that, and now Ben is revealing that the general counsel may be deeply involved in all of this scamming.
Exactly. It's for sure.
That is fucking insane. This has just gone to a whole new level of crazy.
Exactly. And this is why this guy is going around telling everybody he's not involved. And I can tell you this, like, he's going to really hate it, but we have audio recordings of him literally telling people to destroy evidence. So he's screwed. We have this evidence. It's going to come out. And there's nothing he can do about it. He can scrub the internet all he wants. There are 2 other people involved in this. I cannot remember the person's last name. This was someone who totally believed in Dan Freiberg and has been totally, I've been said or told has been broken down in tears. Ryan Miller is another person who's in charge of the bankruptcy. I've been told Ryan Miller is a good guy. He actually did not know about anything. He was naive, just like a lot of other people were about this. So when you start checking out all the lawyers and seeing their involvement, Dan Freiberg is the one who created all of this. He's done it before. It's so crazy to think about this. Think about how insane it is. Literally, the guy who was in charge of the greatest online poker scandal in history is FTX's general counsel. Now, also taking into consideration the fact how similar it is what we're seeing with FTX to what we saw with Ultimate Bet. Ultimate Bet, the whole thing was they had created something called God Mode. And in God Mode, you could see the other players' cards. You couldn't lose, especially if you got to the river and they tried to bluff. They could not bluff you because you saw the cards. Think about how similar that is to what we're seeing with FTX, to where literally they could see everybody's trades before they happen, and they were able to take advantage of that. It's the exact same thing. So how the similarities between these two things are not going to save him. And, it's going to be extremely obvious to people by the time all this stuff comes out who the mastermind was here. And he's been very careful to make sure he's not included with the gang of four, Caroline, Gary Wang, SBF, and Amy Wu, not to be included in any of those four. He wants people to see him on the outside of this, but really he's the greatest culprit. And the greatest evidence we ever had, article came out an hour ago. Within 30 minutes, all the servers went down. We're totally hacked. This guy's trying to scrub the internet. We cannot let him get away.
What's the article, Ben?
There's lots of them.
The article.
There's lots of them, but they keep being taken down. So you kind of got to
exactly.
You've got to chase this article. The one that's currently live is highstakesdb.com news. That's the one. That's where you.
Here's the guy he's talking about, Dan.
But I mean,
and what does the article essentially states what Ben was telling us, or is there additional information?
Yeah,
okay.
the article says basically what Ben was telling us. But also, I don't think that he's working alone because, as Ben rightly said, there are people above him. This is a guy that has committed this kind of crime, and he's still licensed to be a lawyer in the United States. When that happens, you're not working alone.
Right.
And
He's
just
the infrastructure. He's the mastermind behind the infrastructure and the shell companies and the back doors that were set up to make all this possible.
Holy shit.
Sam didn't hire a criminal lawyer. He hired a criminal lawyer.
Better go.
That's hilarious.
And that adds on to this. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, Ben.
Yes.
We talk about taking people to jail and reprimanding people, etc. And for all the people who DM me, we have absolutely no exposure to centralized exchanges, etc. I'm not playing with a Machiavellian play here. But Ben, how do we protect the $200 to $300 investor who literally made crypto in the last 2 years? Literally.
Right. Well, yeah, I think that how we do that going forward is going to be very, very important, because what has occurred is we've allowed stock market 2.0 to come into crypto. And we've all bought onto this lie that it was good for crypto and the prices were going to go up and yada, yada, yada. And yes, that did happen. The prices did go up, but they go up every 4 years anyways. So really what we have to be thinking about is the next wave of people coming into crypto. And when is that going to be? Well, as long as we don't veer off the 4-year cycle history, which we could go into a multi-massive, multi-year bear market here, which we don't want to see. But as of today, we're exactly on track, right on where we should be for the 4-year cycle. So that means we have about a year and a half before people are really going to start coming back into this space, until people will be recovered and repaired. And of course, a lot of those people have already left, as you guys know. Right now, we got a lot of excitement and engagement because things are going crazy right now in crypto with this story. But, a few weeks ago, volume was lower than ever. And of course, YouTube views were lower than ever. Interest was at all-time, well, not all-time low, but a 4-year low. So as people start coming back into space, we need to create infrastructures to keep these people out, to hold these types of people accountable. It's some kind of an alliance. I really don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but we've got to create an alliance of people in the space who care, that are willing to speak up and say, no, we cannot go use this exchange. No, we do not need to support Coinbase. No, you need to learn how to self-custody. No, we don't want more centralization. We want more decentralization. Because really the answer to all of this, ironically, is decentralization. Of course, we know SBF was going to have these meetings with Gary Gensler, and they were trying to close these regulatory loopholes and all this stuff. Of course, now Gary Gensler's trying to spin all that. No, it wasn't true. Nobody believes him, okay? But the fact is that the ironic thing is, and what really brought this all to a forefront is, SBF trying to destroy decentralization in America through safety and centralization. But we now see the centralization is way more crooked than the decentralization could ever be. And I think this is a really good moment in regulatory history here to be able to point that out. Like, no, the people that you enabled and you gave a platform to and allowed to shape crypto regulation, they were the evil people that were trying to destroy everything and trying to create stock market 2.0 through a decentralized and trustless world, which is what we're moving to. We're not there yet. That's really where we need to be pointing people to. And I would say this: we all have a responsibility. I'm in a very large, crypto influencer group on Telegram. I've been an admin there for 4 years. It's slowly been built up. It's got a lot of the biggest guys in there. They don't talk that much. A lot of smaller people. And I told everybody in that group after Celsius, we did a poor job. We all did a very poor job of protecting people. We did not communicate, not your keys, not your crypto, enough to people to really make them understand, that you have to self-custody. And we trusted the centralized entities too much. Now, look, there certainly is an amount of your portfolio, if you're a trader, that you're going to have to trust at some point to some of these exchanges. But you can't have a spot where if one exchange goes down or goes insolvent, that you lose everything. We've got to really teach diversification. Yes, you may have to use a third party as a necessary evil, but you don't trust it. You get your money off there as quick as possible. And I think that's really the message that we have going forward. We keep taking 3 steps forward and 2 steps back with every 4-year cycle because so many people get burnt. The next wave is going to be so big, so massive. We've got to do everything to protect those people coming in.
But Ben,
before you go, Wahid, just before you,
God damn.
I will. Wahid, I will let you know. I promise. I'll let Ben as well speak. But guys, if you just let me allow PG, just because I think it's time sensitive.
Sure.
PG, you were one of the first 100 employees at Crypto.com, which is big focus of ours right now. And you mentioned to the team who verified that you've worked in and were very early there. I got fired because my values conflicted from what was happening internally. And then you can also explain how withdrawals are processed and your internal perspective. If you could, because you said Crypto.com has always had systems in place to prevent huge mistakes like this. So I'd love you to touch on that as well, because we've been a bit skeptical of the whole transfer to Gate.io.
Hey guys, thanks for having me in. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just a disclosure. I'm actually a shareholder in Crypto.com since I was one of the first people who was onboarded. I'm also part of VM Party DAO. So yeah, but I was one of the first 4 people hired in the Bulgarian office of Crypto.com, and effectively how withdrawals work is when a person requests a withdrawal, it goes through a very complicated system in place that goes through various different teams. When a person requests a withdrawal, if it's a small type of withdrawal, and this is not only for that specific exchange, but in general, it goes to an automated system that distributes the money based on the amount that people are actually withdrawing. So if you have a withdrawal for, let's say, 0.01 BTC, it will not go to any other team, right? However, if your account is being flagged for one reason or another, let's say if you're trying to withdraw 10 Bitcoins, then that withdrawal will go for manual processing, because the hot wallet that the exchanges have are not infinite. Okay, so the exchanges want to make sure that they can then replenish the hot wallet so it has enough funds for the smaller automated withdrawals. So I'm not exactly sure whether it was established of the withdrawal was made from a cold or hot wallet. If someone can give me info on this, that would be great. But it's basically impossible for a 400 million withdrawal to occur without it being manually approved first. Now, I don't know how the previous 10 million withdrawal to that Australian lady happened, but 400 million usually is not an amount of money that people hold on hot wallets.
And the next question I have,
it would have come from the cold, definitely.
And the next question I have, PG, before we go back to Ben, you said you were fired due to clashes on the way things are run. I think you had ethical concerns. If you can elaborate on that as well, please.
Yeah, exactly. So the way that I was working on Crypto.com initially was focused on values and empowerment of people. However, with the growth of the actual team, what ended up happening was that people's values were starting to be put down. One of the things was that the customer service team, as you can see, they weren't really using real names. So that's one thing that has actually been taking place. And one of the reasons why that was happening was because it was more user-friendly for customer services to use female names rather than the real names. And it wouldn't be as friendly for to meet someone named Ivan, for example. So yeah, this is something that was very contradictory to my values because I stand behind my name, and this is something that was a red flag.
Right, man, I appreciate you sharing this. If there's more insight you'd want to share, feel free to DM us or just request to speak again. I appreciate you coming on, man, and sharing this insight. Anyone else that wants to share early employees, you can just DM us and we can share the information anonymously, or you can come on stage like PG. Wahid, I think you had a question for Ben.
No, I mean, look, it's very, very difficult because, Mario, for me, this is very deja vu. I've been through all these in the 80s and the 90s and 2000s, and none of us will be speaking to one another if there was not some form of control.
Now, this situation is kind of crazy, right? Now, of course, they're talking about pretty much, people that used to work at Coinbase and whatnot, Crypto.com and those sorts of things, and how their values didn't align and all those sorts of things. Now, this to me is crazy. This whole situation with this guy apparently was involved in the biggest scandal. What we know is that a lot of people that do these shady financial crimes are literally like flooding crypto. We saw this with many different projects in the cryptocurrency space during the bull run. And a lot of this was enabled by the fact that a lot of people can do whatever they want anonymously because it's DeFi, right? We saw this in one of the biggest cryptocurrency projects in the space during the bull run, right? That really blew up the Avalanche blockchain. And we're seeing this right now, but except this is a public, it's not a publicly traded company, but people know who's a part of their hierarchy. And now that shit's hitting the fan, more and more stuff is coming out, right? Now, what's cool is that Spencer Cornelia actually replied to my comments on the video that I made about him, with people dunking on him and stuff and saying that, oh, you're protecting these shiller influencers and stuff like that. And I don't think they're responsible. I think it's absolutely insane, right? I think it's absolutely insane. Let's take a little bit of break and let's watch this video about the FTX thing because I think it's super important.
This is Masterclass. Everything you ever wanted to do, taught by the best to ever do it. It's thousands of lessons with intimate.
Got to go to my premium
A lot
account.
of finger pointing is happening right now as FTX
I'm gonna
crumbles.
take a piss. I'll be right
we
back.
need to find out who to blame. Since I am the influencer who created T-Rex Inu in order to scam someone, I am the most qualified person to speak on the subject. The finance YouTubers who promoted FTX are under fire right now. They were paid money to promote a company that ultimately went bankrupt and caused customers to lose money. A lot of videos are attacking them. Are they to blame? There is one bad actor here. Sam Bankman-Fried is essentially a degenerate gambler who got greedy and lost. Everyone involved is now taking the blame for one man's actions. FTX had signed a 19-year deal with the Miami basketball arena for $135 million. It was set to be called FTX Arena until 2040. That deal went up in flames. During last year's regular season, the Miami Heat had an attendance of over 800,000 people. In 2022's Eastern Conference Finals, the Boston Celtics beat the Miami Heat in a close Game 7. The game averaged nearly 10 million people watching, with an estimated peak of over 12 million. In case some of you don't watch sports and aren't sure why I mentioned ratings, what do you notice about this image? Between the live audience, people who watched highlights on YouTube, and anyone unaccounted for, we're talking 15 million people being advertised FTX in one night. Major League Baseball has signed a long-term partnership with FTX, making the first time that a North American pro sports league has partnered with a cryptocurrency exchange. The global partnership makes FTX the official crypto exchange brand of MLB. MLB umpires had an FTX patch on their uniforms during games. How many people do you think received an advertisement from FTX while watching MLB games? 5 million, 10 million, 20 million? TSM Esports signs $210 million sponsorship with FTX Crypto Exchange. TSM Esports has a global audience. They were getting $21 million per year for the next 10 years to be sponsored by FTX and advertised to their massive audience around the world. F1 Team Mercedes signed a multi-year sponsorship deal with FTX in September 2021. Yet another organization that had a massive worldwide audience sponsored by FTX. The first argument I'm presenting is that FTX had global sponsors with audiences exponentially larger than anyone sponsored on YouTube. From my perspective, if you're looking to place blame and you're a logical and reasonable adult and use a weighted scale, then finance YouTubers should receive such an insignificant amount that it's not even statistically important. Tom Brady and Gisele Bündchen were featured in this FTX ad as sponsors. Stephen Curry was also an official FTX sponsor as seen in this ad. This FTX ad featuring Larry David has been seen 46 million times. Tom Brady and Stephen Curry are scamming people. Do you understand how much bigger the reach and how much more influence these celebrities have than finance YouTubers? I'm not trying to tell you who to blame. I'm just presenting the argument that if you were someone who's blaming influencers, then those who are reaching 50 to 100 million people probably are a little more at fault than someone with a fraction of the audience size.
I actually think it's worse than that. I talked to a lot of these guys and they were fooled. That's the scariest part. So many of these experts who are giving you guys advice totally bought into this Sam character as this genius billionaire, right?
I think CoffeeZilla makes an argument that many in the comment section do, which is finance YouTubers are supposed to be finance experts and they're giving financial advice and they should know better is essentially the argument. Investors who put $2 billion into FTX face scrutiny too. Venture capital firms and investment funds showered the failed crypto exchange and its founder with money. Forbes estimates Sequoia Capital invested $200 million. Paradigm, a fund focused on crypto and Web3 tech, invested an estimated $215 million. You have some of the smartest investors in the world investing $200 million into FTX, and somehow finance YouTubers should have known it was a scam? That doesn't really add up. I'm sorry, CoffeeZilla, but that's not an argument that holds any weight. Forbes provided a list of institutional investors who gave money to Bankrupt Boy. BlackRock was an investor in FTX. I'm fairly confident that they did more due diligence than anyone and couldn't predict the behavior of one individual. Forbes lists FTX as having 24 different top-notch auditors and financial firms providing services to ensure compliance in a well-run organization. The point I'm making is that if you're someone who is placing the blame on finance YouTubers, then you're stating that they should have known it was a scam, even though hundreds of people had full access to the company and didn't know what was to come.
I think it exposes a big gaping flaw in this influencer world where it's not just the greed, it's just this systemic failure of people to recognize their own lack of expertise.
I strongly disagree with CoffeeZilla here because some of the smartest minds in the world were fooled by Sam because you can't predict what Sam pulled on everyone. Gary Gensler is the sheriff of Wall Street, so why couldn't he rein in Sam Bankman-Fried?
Sam Bankman-Fried, it appears from your calendar, on March 29th, 2022 at 4 p.m. came in and actually met with you.
In an ideal world, the SEC head would have spidey senses for fraudsters. Maybe he is complicit somehow too. And how are we all supposed to know? Even BitBoy Crypto acknowledges that someone being sponsored by FTX isn't the bad guy and that no one knew what was going on. Just in, FTX Telegram admins released statements saying the exchange has been hacked. What we witnessed is one person committing some of the worst financial crimes of our time. SBF deserves to be in jail for defrauding millions of investors and customers and causing absolute financial mayhem. Look, I'm not here to tell you how to think or what to believe. I've just seen so much hate thrown towards finance YouTubers as if they were the problem. This is a situation where one bad actor has caused billions of dollars of harm and no one knew. Influencers are not the problem. I consider CoffeeZilla a good friend and I spoke to him on the phone for about an hour about this topic, but I strongly disagree with his video and I don't think it was fair to influence people into thinking finance YouTubers were the problem. What's funny is I was actually chatting with Tom Nash the night he received the offer to promote FTX and I told him he should partner with them. I'm friends with all of the influencers who promoted FTX, so if you want to get mad at finance YouTubers, you're more than welcome to be mad at me too. Since it was such an obvious scam, apparently, then I'm an idiot too. The result of what happened in Sam's behavior is not what influencers were promoting. If you use a weighted scale, the percent of blame should be as follows: 100% on Sam Bankman-Fried and 0% on others. Keep in mind that everyone involved here has experienced damages. Every innocent customer has lost their funds. Finance YouTubers have experienced reputational damage. Tom Brady, Gisele Bündchen, Stephen Curry, and others have experienced financial and reputational damage. The Miami Heat and MLB have experienced damages as well. Even the venture capital firms are losers here as they lost multiple hundreds of millions of dollars. If you want to place blame, why not send it to all the numerous VC firms who funded Sam Bankman-Fried? I'd argue that without them, this whole fiasco never happens. With investing, there's variables that you can't predict or plan for, which is where risk comes in. In this case, no one could have predicted the CEO of an exchange would literally take all of his customers' funds and gamble it away. As I'm making this video, reports are saying that FTX getting hacked is likely by an insider, so it's entirely possible that Sam has now hacked into his own company to rug pull the last remaining funds before he goes on the run. If you're someone who has lost money and were influenced to buy crypto on FTX because of a finance YouTuber, it's totally understandable why you'd want to blame them. I love CoffeeZilla and told him I strongly disagreed with this video because when he puts out the video that he did, I think a lot of people are going to place their negative energy towards the wrong people. Andre and Graham and others are taking a lot of heat right now, which I don't think is fair. Their intentions were never to scam people. They are not incompetent financially, and they certainly are not greedy influencers trying to maximize their income at the expense of their followers. If you're someone who thinks Andre and Graham knowingly promoted a scam, then are you saying Stephen Curry, the Miami Heat, MLB, and their lead investors were scamming their fans too? If you aren't, then why not? Even the employees who were in the code base didn't know, but using the same argument, they're grifters out to scam the world too, I guess. In sports, when a team starts to lose or goes on a losing streak, everyone begins pointing the finger at each other looking to place blame. You're seeing this a lot with Russell Wilson right now. The same thing happens when people lose money. Everyone wants to find someone to blame. Sam and whoever in his close circle are to blame. It's likely we're going to find out that it was a Bernie Madoff level of financial crimes and evil. I enjoy living in a world where everyone has a voice and everyone has the ability to make a video calling people scammers if they feel that way. We all should, because dissenting dialogue is healthy and how we move forward as a group. I want you to voice your opinion even if you disagree. I may even receive heat in the comment section. It's totally cool as long as you argue using logic and reason and not emotions. My final argument is that there's no reasonable logical path pointing to finance YouTubers as being scammers for promoting what everyone believed to be a well-run operation. I hope you at least consider my argument before you run around calling my friends scammers.
And that's the point, right? If you're mad at someone, you got to be mad at Sam Bankman-Fried, not mad at finance YouTubers. That's such a dumb argument. But I guess Crypto.com is going up. Let's jump back into the mix and see what's going on. Crow doesn't look like it's moving that much right now, but let's see what's going on.
We really felt a responsibility and we paid it back. You look at Terra Luna. We never pushed Terra Luna as a major layer one platform. I never mentioned in the breaths of your Cardanos or your Ethereums. We did have it as our top trading coin of the month, 2 months over this, I think over early 2020.
I think we're wasting time on this topic. I think
I'll tell you I thought of this a lot. I'll be open. Ben, Kim, I'm going to be open if you don't mind, Kim, because I've just been debating this and with the team.
Here we go.
I want to try to do it as objectively and transparently as possible. On one side, the focus of this is FTX.
Right.
And I don't know much about Ben. I hear his name everywhere because he's a very influential voice in the space, but I don't know about the allegations. At the same time, I've been pretty vocal towards a lot of the influencers that hype up projects and then dump their tokens. And Kim, I know this is irrelevant, but I'm getting a lot of heat to at least bring it up. And I think, Ben, you know where I'm coming from. So a good way to position this where it's relevant to the topic now and it's very fair to Ben and it's fair to the people that are critical is everyone that's on stage right now, we're all focused on what's going to happen next, who's involved in the whole FTX saga, which domino's going to fall next, to try to protect users and try to bring transparency to the space. And we've had a lot of regulators listen to this. Now, if regulators come in and see us talk about shitcoins and stuff, they'll be like, all right, it's going to turn them off further. On the other hand, Ben, would it be fair to say that, and correct me if you disagree, and I'm trying to be very fair and objective.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to kind of summarize the past and with this sentence? Mistakes were made. I don't know intentional or not, because that's obviously you're the only one that knows that. Mistakes were made. Would you agree that you've made mistakes without going into detail, and you agree that you regret not some of the things you said, but some of the general sentiment you had? Beyond just an empty apology, like the way that, and you said that earlier, that influencers didn't do enough. Would you put yourself in that basket? Would you say influencers could have done more? They couldn't, shilling tokens with, and then selling your tokens and guaranteeing profits. I'm not saying you're guaranteed. I'm not sure if you have or not.
Right.
All these things is, and you know what I'm referring to. There's things that were done where in the heat of the moment, a lot of money involved. Would you say that, what would you say towards that, just for the people that are critical?
Yeah, sure, of course. We put out a video, I believe, two Sundays ago, where I apologized for ever doing a sponsored promotional video regarding a token or a coin. I don't think they should ever be done again. I encourage all crypto influencers to never do sponsored content for a token or a coin that has a speculative price attached to it. So I've taken responsibility for that. There definitely were mistakes that were made. But what people have to understand is, were there pump and dumps on my channel? Yes, I take responsibility for that.
Yep.
Was I the person doing the dumping? No. The project that paid for the sponsored content would have me do a video, the price would go up, I wouldn't even have the token, and then they would dump the price. Those did occur. I was taken advantage of, and I was framed to look like this malicious bad actor all the time, and that was never the case. My mistake was the same thing that a lot of people are in right now. My mistake was trusting people too much.
Hit
I
that like
trusted
button.
people,
Stop what you're
I
doing.
made
Smash
mistakes,
that like
and I
button.
take
Let's go.
responsibility
But
for
would
those
you say
mistakes.
people trusted you as well, and they trusted me, and they trusted. So I like the first thing you said, though, Ben.
Hey,
The first thing you
you
said
know,
is
sorry,
sorry.
can I
Smash the
weigh
like
in
button.
here for 1 second?
Always.
This is off the rails, and I tell you why. The Bitcoin maxis, I just ask everyone to remember, including Michael Saylor and all these big shots, were telling us Bitcoin 100K, Bitcoin 1 million, like never ever sell your Bitcoin, hold on to it because it's going to be 10x, 50x, 100x. Like, what the hell are we doing? This guy came in here, was giving us some valuable information about that general counsel and really some good input. Why are we making this about him now? It doesn't matter. The entire community, I've said that yesterday, was in speculation mode. Everyone just had dollar signs in the eyes and was fucking greedy. We cannot now pick on one guy. Everyone did it. So shut the fuck up and let's get back on topic.
I like Tim. I just wanna.
I'll bring
Can I
it.
say-
Hold on, guys.
Can I say
The,
can I say
guys,
one thing? Can I say one
yeah,
thing about this real quick? Just because
quick, Jim, quick.
I have my YouTube channel and I've never done a paid or
Oh, that's
sponsored.
Kyle. Oh yeah, go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I've never done a paid or sponsored thing ever. But I do want to say that, like it or not, like influencers will be in this industry forever, and they're actually needed because like projects need a voice and they need someone to talk about what they're doing. And a good influencer, a good will do due diligence and they will do their best to really understand the project. And most, I believe, like when I talk about a project, it's because I've invested in it already. And so that means I've got skin in the game, and I've never ever sold a single token after I talk about a project ever. But we get things wrong sometimes, just like VCs, right? If Alameda or A16Z puts their label on something, that means that the people are bullish, and then they're going to go out and buy this thing just because they see that logo on it. But guess what? They get these things wrong too, right? And no one's going after them and saying, "Well, that didn't work out, so you guys should be responsible." Right? It's the same exact thing that happens. And so like, yeah, I just think that we need to make sure that the people who are doing good in the industry, the influencers who are doing, due diligence and talk about good projects, they're going to get things wrong once in a while. Right.
By the way, we've got the
let me try and bring it
founder
back.
of Kraken
If we're
Market.
moving on to regulations, you can't actually have affiliate schemes. So as a regulated securities business, we're only allowed to pay other regulated securities businesses. So if we're moving over to regulations, you have to actually know how to sell those products in the future with full disclosures and all that stuff. So the industry we're in right now, you can't have the bucket shops that are promoting these things as if we're moving over to that model.
But Simon, it's not paid. That it's not always paid. Like I've never been paid to talk about any project. I talk about projects that I think are interesting or that I invest into. Is that going to be illegal as well?
Well, no, you could just like media can talk about stocks and shares, but if you actually in order to receive transaction-based compensation, that's a regulated activity. And so if you're dealing with a security here, then you actually have to be authorized and have your exams and everything in order to promote those things. So
And just guys, I will say before Alex jumps in, the CEO and co-founder, I think, the co-founder and CEO of Kraken FX, Kraken
Jesse?
Exchange, Jesse Powell. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm trying to bring you up, Jesse.
Is he here? Whoa, that'd be good.
I think they've been doing something right for a very long time. Kraken has been publishing proof of reserves forever. I'm an early investor through you, Simon. Thank you very much for that. Actually, in Kraken, but I think they are a good example if it's going to be centralized of how to operate.
Yeah, and to add on to it, Kyle, I like to see this, like the exchanges that people are praising and the ones that we're not worried about or less worried about, depending on who you are. Kraken and Binance. CZ was in the space earlier. Kraken's coming up on stage. We had the founder of Paxos. We had the founder of Ripple or CEO of Ripple. And of course, we've got Charles himself from Cardano. But back to exchanges. The exchanges we trust came up on stage. And then the ones we've got concerns about don't want to come up on stage.
Yeah,
it's very ironic to look at to see
and,
things.
And I'll tell you the difference with Jesse and Sam Bankman-Fried. Sorry if he's coming up, but it's a long-term Bitcoin investor that set up an exchange versus a short-term trader that made all their money from an arbitrage. That
100%.
came here and went and left. And Jesse, from day one, was a Bitcoiner with values of supporting this ecosystem. He obviously, as a business in the exchange, you have to get involved in like where the industry goes. But it was the ethics and ethos of the founders that led to the business that followed. And SBF, was the business that followed, was about the ethics and ethos of that management team.
Here.
I wanna, Caitlin, good to have you as well. I wanna, before giving the mic to Jesse and applauding him coming up on stage, Charles, you've had your hand up for a while, and I'm really grateful you're on stage. The mic is yours.
Thanks, guys. I was trying to pivot a bit from the whole BitBoy conversation and influencers and these things. There's a broader question here, which is where do we go from here? You see, FTX, it's going to be something that's discussed for a long time. There's likely going to be congressional hearings about it. The FBI is going to look into it. All kinds of actors are going to look into it. And they're going to find all kinds of dirt, not just with FTX, but transitive connections to basically everybody who is on the institutional side who's played with crypto, because there's just so much money flowing through those channels. And we have a big decision to make. Do we continue doubling down as an industry in this direction and just bail people out, or provide people some people a free pass and say, well, we fixed all the exchanges now and this new magic regulation is going to make everything better? Or do we recognize that at the core of all of this is people? And at the end of the rainbow, people will always let you down. People will always make mistakes. They will deceive you. People will lie to you. People will get corrupted. People get old. People get dementia. Things happen. And the point of the technology that this industry has been asserting that it works on, sometimes legitimately, sometimes not so much, is to get people out of the process. So if we want to move forward and be productive, what we need to do is take a list of everywhere people can screw you, and then ask ourselves, can we come up with a protocol or a piece of technology that gets rid of the people that can screw you in this particular process? If you just introduce a regulatory layer, the problem with that is that a human being is involved in that regulation and that oversight. And they have prosecutorial discretion. And sometimes they let things slide. Sometimes they're incompetent. Sometimes they're political hack jobs and they don't investigate people who should be investigated. Sometimes they get bribed. Sometimes they're friends with people and they don't look into their friends, or they let their friends get off with a free pass. We saw that in 2008. How many CEOs went to jail, even when there were emails where their trading desks were saying, can't believe we just dumped this crap on people? And there was a congressional hearing. They dragged the CEOs there. They read the emails out. The outrage was there. And at the end of the rainbow, who was put in charge of trying to fix all of it? Timothy Geithner and all these other guys who were just right in the swamp with everyone else. You see, so this is the moment the industry needs to take a step back and ask ourselves, do we actually want to finally solve this problem and get all the consumers, the retail investors, everybody into decentralized things where instead of don't be evil, it's can't be evil? Or is this the moment where we try to find a way to save all these centralized actors and just change the names and the suits and just pretend like somehow it's solved? Because the next crisis is going to be bigger. We're at $3 trillion this round. The last time it was a few $100 billion. The next one will be 10 trillion or 20 trillion. And at that point, the regulators will get so tired of it, they'll say, just hand it all to BlackRock. this is it. And this is the moment for the industry to decide.
I agree with Charles like 100% on this one, and this is what I've been talking about for a very long time. But maybe Caitlin can chime in on this. But a lot of people are looking to regulators to help our space out, and I think that there's some delusion there.
Now, a very interesting tweet from the guy who's leading the space. Mario says, Binance CZ came on stage to speak. Now Kraken's founder, Jess Powell, is on stage as well. Then we saw Cardano's founder, but he's saying, funny to see that the trusted exchanges come up while some of the ones that have something to hide. Which exchanges should we bring up next? People want Crypto.com up there. Now, is that true? I don't know, but where is the CEO of Crypto.com? We don't know, right? Did this space get rugged? No.
This is from Cointelegraph.
Just quickly, sorry, Kyle. Well, just let me tell Kyle he doesn't know. And whenever there's breaking news, he just jumps in, no matter who's talking, including me. Also, I've got breaking news as well right after chat.
All right.
But I'll let you go with yours first.
All right. So the first one is that Plaid has now suspended FTX.US access to user data after concerning reports. They said that they suspended access to their products as of 11/11/22 at approximately 10:30 p.m. Pacific time. They can no longer FTX can no longer retrieve any financial information via Plaid. Now, there's an interesting piece to this is we were seeing rumors online yesterday, and so I didn't bring these up. These were unconfirmed rumors. There were rumors online yesterday that people's credit cards were attempted to begin getting access by FTX US.
What?
This would appear to be basically confirming that Plaid sees that as an actual true concern and then therefore restricted all that access out. So it looks like there may be more to the story too here on FTX attempting to pull money from people's accounts and financial data. So keep that in mind.
That's fucking insane. And my breaking news talking about regulators is now confirmed that Mick Mulvaney, former chief of staff and head of the budget committee, will join us tomorrow 9 p.m. GST, so which is about the same time, about an hour and a half from now. He'll be coming up for about an hour. So we're talking about regulators. Well, we have former chief of staff, which is great news, having hearing their thoughts on everything, but it's also concerning news that it's coming at such a time. It's just such a bad look for us. But talking about a bad look, I want to go to Jesse.
Can I finish just because I think it's quite important. A lot of I saw some information that maybe FTX moved or unlocked some of the FTT tokens that in Q2 when Alameda probably went under, that was ahead of what it should have been unlocked, right? And the thing is that as long as and that was billions of dollars worth of FTT tokens that shouldn't have been in circulation that then were in circulation, used for collateral. And this kind of stuff happens in this space all the time. Projects have the ability to upgrade their contracts, really change vesting schedules, and they're often selling into retail before they're supposed to, according to the published token economics documents. So these are agreements that essentially that they're making with the public, with VCs, with advisors, with their teams, of saying, hey, this is how our tokens are going to unlock. And this is being abused like you wouldn't believe. I mean, on every single level, on almost all projects. And there's no way that regulators could actually get a hold of this thing on a global level. And so I believe, like for one example, and I would love anyone listening to this to please think of other ways that we can self-regulate the industry and set standards, because standards need to be implemented that we all kind of agree on, that are optional for people to use. But if people don't use these standards, they're going to look like they're shady. So, for example, this token thing, I believe that no project should be able to own the contracts of their token because it's broadly abused. I think that this should be under some sort of DAO that regulates, the changes that could be made to a token. That way, there is no shady business. Because if this would have been implemented already, then we wouldn't have had probably this whole situation, and Alameda would have failed back in Q2, right? So, I would love for people to, and Caitlin, maybe you can give some input on this, but I just think that regulators is not going to do very good for our industries in any respect on a global level.
Well, this is a topic that was heavily debated earlier, and I'd love to get Caitlin's thoughts on it as well, and come back to that topic. I do, considering that we've got a lot of focus now on exchanges, and we had CZ on stage before. We had a few exchanges in the audience that didn't want to come up. Jesse, first I want to applaud you for coming up. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Man, what's your first? There hasn't been anyone voicing concerns about Kraken. If anything, has been praise. Kim, Chet, if I got that wrong, let me know, guys.
The only concern with Kraken is that there was some money that was moved from during the hack to Kraken. Of course, Kraken came out and did stipulate that they had found and located potentially who might be behind that. That would be quite interesting, of course, to hear if there's any more information on that. But yes, there, as far as we know, there's nothing besides the fact that we know that Kraken was used by one of the hackers.
Kim, you were saying something as well?
Yeah, I was just saying that Jesse has a great reputation, and Kraken has a great reputation. So I would like to hear from him what he thinks the aftermath of this
What's up, Tim?
drama is going to be.
All right, thanks, Kim. Yeah, to answer the first question, so can't say too much about the client accounts, but between FTX, Alameda, and the execs at those companies, they had a bunch of accounts at Kraken that seemed to be, just legitimate accounts, and that account that you were referring to, we believe was accessed by the actual account owner. And there was nothing like suspicious about the login or anything like that. So we ended up just freezing all of those accounts after speaking with law enforcement. So that's the current status. Is basically every account we're aware of that's associated with those guys now is totally frozen and can't make any more withdrawals, even if they seem to be legit.
And regarding Kim's question about what you expect next, it's been, so we had some notable people voice concerns about specific exchanges and in a very subtle way without using names. So I know you probably can't use names either, but what can you tell users and listeners? And later I'd ask you for a similar message for regulators, but we'll stick to users first.
Yeah, I think the exchange longevity now is something that people really should be looking at. Have the exchanges survived a few bear cycles? When the tide goes out, you see who's been swimming naked or who's been taking, a lot of risk with leverage. So I think that's something to look at. If you see a new exchange pop up in the middle of a bull market and, they seem to be spending a lot of money on advertising and everything, that obviously might be your money, we found out. So I think longevity is worth a lot in the space. If you've survived a few cycles, I think you're more likely to be solvent. I think people should be looking for proof of reserves, which Kraken has done too, just this year. We're planning to do more, next year with broader asset coverage. I think also be aware that the media has just completely botched this whole thing. They were just writing like endless fluff pieces about FTX. They did zero diligence. Even the regulators who had FTX right under their nose the entire time, basically like failed to spot any of this. VCs who should have been doing diligence failed to spot it. So you guys were talking earlier about just like when money's flying around, people just like stop paying attention to obvious signs. And I think everyone needs to remember that you really have to do your own diligence. And even though Kraken's been around for 11 years, I still encourage people to not keep more.
Is this me or is this them? I think they just keep going out. So, dude, the YouTube, the Twitter live spaces are just so ass sometimes, bro. Like these things are so ass. So ass. We'll give it a second here. We'll give it a second. And that's the former CEO Jesse Powell of Kraken, I believe. Yeah, he used to be co-founder. I thought he stepped down. Former pro player, Magic. He played Magic? What? Jesse? You both play Magic the Gathering. Yeah, I'm not sure why this is. Yeah, it's connecting. Dude, this Twitter live spaces are so bad, dude.
Agent of this because not because they actually like screwed up and got hacked, or not because they directly misappropriated funds, but they just trusted the wrong custodian. I saw this news that like FTX had required all these companies they invested in to actually keep the money they were investing back in their FTX accounts. I mean, that should raise like huge red flags. They seem to be like running around, like basically buying account balances out of bankruptcies. Also super suspicious. If someone's like overbidding to buy user account balances, why might that be? So there were like a ton of red flags here. I think there are a few more red flags that came up in the last 24 hours about another exchange, which, a big part of this is basically FTX is like complete lack of control.
Here we go. He's talking about Crow.
Right?
He's talking about Crow.
Very small company, and VCs would talk to us and say, how is FTX getting so much done? They're like 50 people and, they're doing all this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that's a very good question, because Kraken's security team is 100 people. So how is FTX with 50 people doing everything that, they seem to be doing? And the answer is like, basically they have this like, glass cannon build where they're basically doing nothing on the back end. There's like just nothing under the surface. And everything is a shit show, and your balances are managed on spreadsheets, and Sam at any time can just go and like cut and paste your balance into his balance anytime he wants. And so that's like pretty scary, and if you see these like small operations these days, I think it's very hard to start an exchange the way that they have done it with just a very small group of people, if you have not built all of this infrastructure first. And I think people just need to be very aware of that, of like kind of what it takes to really operate a secure custodian. And some other mishaps in the industry in the last 24 hours, massive transfer move of like $400 million to the wrong address out of a cold storage wallet, supposedly. That kind of thing to me says there's just a complete lack of controls there. And again, it seems like one guy with access to a wallet who can just do whatever he wants without any kind of like second signer or like approval or anything like that, second set of eyeballs on it at a minimum. So that's pretty scary, right? That's like indicative of like maybe bigger problems there, bigger lack of controls or auditability or process, where anything could blow up at any time, basically. So I encourage people to like look at these red flags and decide whether they want to stick around at a venue like that and roll the dice, or maybe move their coins to somebody that has proven to be reliable over a longer period of time, or just get the hell out. Just get your coins off and put them in your own wallet. I mean, at this point, we don't know where the contagion is going to spread to next. So I think the safest bet is to get your coins out. Especially for any platform that has been doing like a significant amount of lending, anyone that might be like heavily over leveraged, that might be running a hedge fund that might have been borrowing or lending tons of coins. Any of those guys, I think, are like at the top of the list for blowing up next. Or anyone who had significant exposure to FTX in one way or another, because we know that they have been required to maybe hold their balances at FTX. So there's just a lot of risk out there right now.
One point you mentioned, I've got a question about how most of us didn't connect the dots.
This is crazy.
We had concerns, CZ, I don't know if you mentioned it on the space or someone else mentioned it, someone else mentioned CZ had concerns with Sam, but I don't know when that was. I know that Elon got those bad vibes, and I can't remember who else mentioned that they got bad vibes from Sam, the regulator in Saudi Arabia, that FTX was trying to get a license there, had bad vibes from him.
I'm gonna put some,
but we seem to have.
I'm gonna put some coffee on real quick. I'll be back, guys. What's up, MM Matt? Yeah, I mean, Crypto.com is probably okay. It's just that what was going on was pretty shady. Look, it's not about spreading FUD or false rumors, guys. What has happened with Crypto.com, it looks very suspicious on the blockchain. It does. There's no way to cut it. I like crypto. I've been making Crypto.com content. It is in my best interest to speak highly of Crypto.com. But if we see things on the blockchain that just don't make any sense, then you got to call it out because too many people are getting wrecked, right? We need to stop. We need to stop the bleeding, right? So I'm going to turn this on and put some coffee on. I'll be right back.
By the same parameters that a regulated business would be confined to.
Hit the like button while I'm gone. I'll be
The
right
things that you
back.
could do on FTX, how fast it was to get onboarded, the kind of products that you could trade, how easy it was to circumvent any kind of like geo restrictions on what you could do. They made all that super easy. And so I think that, unfortunately, the market finds a way and people will find, someone's going to offer a product that's missing in the market, and people will go to it. And I think they won't be that scrutinizing if there aren't many other options out there. And this situation is sort of created by the regulators. They did not allow Kraken and Coinbase and Gemini and domestic exchanges in the U.S. to do this stuff. We've been heavily scrutinized. So it's sort of easier for a new upstart company to emerge and do a bunch of shady stuff than it is these older companies, because these older companies are just constantly under surveillance by the regulators. And often they'll see me tweet and they'll call us up and ask me like what I'm tweeting about. So a new exchange can kind of get away with a lot, and I think that was really valuable to people in a time of extreme hype.
I think what happened here is that because of the political donations that were made, there was a totally different layer of protection. Also, the media contacts of the Democratic Party have pushed this guy to the heavens and praised him as this amazing entrepreneur. I've seen some pieces that people tweeted today that were written about him, that he's going to be the first trillionaire and he's going to save the world, and all these videos about how much money he's given away and how he's presented as this basically next coming of Jesus Christ. And that's the political donations have
We got the
opened
coffee
so
brewing,
many
baby.
doors
We got the coffee brewing, baby.
for Sam to do all this shit. And that just shows you how corrupt the system is. If you pay enough money to politicians, you get a.
Okay, here's the skinny on what happened with Crypto.com. A couple of weeks ago, right, they sent $400 million on accident to a whitelisted address, I guess, on Gate.io. Now, CZ was throwing shade, right? CZ was throwing shade at Crypto.com, saying and implying that them and other cryptocurrency exchanges are sending large amounts of funds in between them so that they can fake their financial assets that are backing them. So they can say that, hey, we have more money than we really think backing them. So that's what the issue is. That's what CZ is implying that Crypto.com and these other exchanges are doing. Right. And on the blockchain, it looks like that. Crypto.com is saying it was an accident. They have sent funds to people before, not to exchanges on accident, but to people on accident. They sent millions of dollars to people. But $400 million seems like a really ridiculous. It seems like a really ridiculous thing to do, right? Like, who made that error? Yes, Gate.io gave it back, but it just seems too convenient, especially now when people are literally demanding that more cryptocurrency exchanges be more transparent. So that's what's going on, right? That's what's going on. We don't know if it's real or not. We don't know if it's, or we don't know if it was an honest mistake or they're really trying to do some shady shit. We don't know that yet. Exactly. Yeah. They sent $10.5 million to a lady in Australia, and it took 7 months for them to realize it. Right? Exactly, H. Manos. Let's continue.
And all that. We had so many people yesterday and today say, this is not easy. We have influencers here like Ben. I'm sure there are a couple hundred other people in this massive channel right now that are also influencers. Why don't we make a push as a community to really focus in the next couple of weeks on videos and educational stuff about how to not be on an exchange and how to safely operate, as your own bank? I think that would be some great service that we could do to anyone new who's coming in or anyone who hasn't really no clue how they should go about that. So maybe
I'm in on that. I'm in on that. I agree. Let's do it. We'll make sure we lead the charge on that. We'll put out several videos in the next couple of weeks on cold storage, hot wallets, difference between cold and hot wallets. That's something I'll personally commit to do.
Perfect. And I know you lead a big group of influencers as well. If you can get those influencers, today is the perfect time where we need people to influence the sentiment. If they can focus on educating the audience, not on the next sexy coin or what's going to pump next, nothing's pumping, but more on how they can protect themselves and how to use the ledger, etc. It'll be great if you can push them for that, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. I think somebody made the comment like nothing's pumping. Like, yeah, definitely. This is the time to do this kind of educational content. Where the people that came in for get rich quick, they're probably gone already. It's people are going to be staying. We really need to educate them up from the floor up.
Go ahead, Simon.
Hey Jesse. So one part of the equation is the proof of assets, but there's a big problem with proof of reserves in that we don't know what their liabilities are. So there's one of the challenges with blockchain is that there's a danger of creating a false sense of security, and then there's back end agreements happening or legal contracts on top of that, and who knows what those crypto.com transactions to gate are and what that means. So how do you, couple of questions, I mean they're kind of boring, but they're actually the crux of this issue, that once you've got proof of reserves, how do you do proof of liabilities, which obviously sounds like a centralized accounting job, and now we're seeing some more corruption in the accounting practices. And then also the whole concept of the Celsius scenario of, we have a $2 billion balance sheet because they take the value of their token and market to market when the liquidity doesn't exist. You got any thoughts about those kind of liabilities and fake balance sheet? Is really the answer just become a public company type thing? Or
yeah, I mean, you can still scam people after you become a public company, but as you said, you can't really prove a negative with your liabilities. You kind of have to rely on an auditor or some other. I mean, even the auditors of Enron obviously screwed this up, right? So it's really hard to, I think, completely understand what the liabilities are, and it's sort of a thing where I think you just have to look at a business over a period of time to try to understand, are they able to kind of keep the thing going? And that's really, I think, the best thing you can look at. You can't, with the proof of reserves, it proves that you have what you owe to your clients, at least at that point in time for the snapshot. And the more often you can do that, I think the harder it is to pull off. And if you have a ton of extra liabilities out there that you haven't stated, I think those just become maybe harder to manage over time as well. And if you continue to publish proof of reserves, the people that you hold those liabilities with, I think, might be more likely to come out and say something as well if they see that maybe you don't have the reserves that you said you did when you were taking the loan from them or whatever it is. So I think it kind of helps with those liabilities as well.
Coffee's still brewing. Sorry, guys. Coffee's still brewing.
What you actually have. And you're totally right about these tokens like FTT, where you just, make up a number and you put
Post made some coffee
and you try to defend that, in a very illiquid market. And you use that as collateral to, make yourself loans out of the client balances and stuff like that. Just say that it all kind of evens out in terms of dollars. Obviously that's super shady, and the whole arrangement with Alameda and FTT and having their own token that they were moving around and trading was already a very suspicious setup. And I think we should look at other companies that are both holding client balances and have their own coin, and ask whether they might be using that coin as collateral to borrow from their
Damn, this
client
shit's getting
balances.
crazy, guys. This shit's getting crazy. It's getting
So you
crazy.
mentioned, I want to bring up quickly the point of the transaction that we saw earlier that kind of triggered this.
No, it's still brewing. I'll be back. I'll be back.
To start the space again. The Crypto.com transfer to Gate.
Right here.
That we've had an
This is
insider
important.
at Crypto.com come on earlier, one of the first 100 employees. We've also had another entity that uses the same process or the same software or whatever it was as Crypto.com. They're going to come back and speak. For me, every single indicator and every person that comes up and speaks, it's a red flag. It's a very concerning red flag.
Oh, that's bad news.
And another person also mentioned they had various licenses there, and they needed to abide by various requirements that wouldn't allow for something like this to happen.
Yeah.
The question is more broad, though. How many more exchanges could we expect to fall? And I'm not talking about Crypto.com in this case. I'm talking about in general. And if we missed the mess with FTX, the one that most of us trusted and was up there with, Binance, FTX, Kraken as the three exchanges to trust, that was the narrative a few days ago. If we missed FTX, how many more are going to be falling over the next few days and weeks? Because I have a feeling like Chet is going to jump in as I speak and say, breaking news, XYZ exchange is now frozen withdrawals.
Yeah.
Actually, what I was about to break in with was, I'm not sure if this was covered while I was asleep, so I'm going to cover it anyways. The Bahamian securities regulator did not order the FTX to open local withdrawals to Bahamian citizens, as was reported prior. FTX had claimed that they had opened up the withdrawals for that to be the case, or to go to Bahamian citizens, that they were abiding by Bahamian law. The Bahamian regulatory authorities said, no, that's not true. It's categorically not true, and those funds can be taken back and will be taken back. So that is something, in case you all were not aware of it, that is key to know here in this case, because that means that FTX was in the process of this, even before the hack happened. We're already violating laws. We're already violating the way this was supposed to happen in the bankruptcy proceedings.
Who knows if the hack is even a true story? They may have just orchestrated this hack on themselves in order to come up with a reason why you can't trust the records or the logs.
That's it. That's it. 100%. I was told a week ago there was a fail-safe built in within FTX to execute this. So that's 100% what you're saying is true. This was not a hack from outside.
You're saying, Ben, you're saying you have reports, Ben, that was already built into FTX as a fail-safe?
Yes, absolutely. I was told a week ago that when everything started happening, I know I went on Twitter talking about, it must be Sam. Well, in a roundabout way it was. But I was pointed back to that conversation that I had a week ago. Because once again, if we go back to Dan Friedberg, however you say it, this is his MO. This is exactly the same thing he did with Absolute Poker and Ultimate Bet. This is how they operate. It was all to clean the books, so more of the records can not be seen, in the investigation. So that's 100% what this was.
Mario, can I comment on this? Because again, we worked with these individuals. So I can tell you that basically everything, if they said left, then the answer was right. If they said black, then the answer was white. And once somebody tells you enough things enough times and says it's the truth, you can safely assume that every new truth is a lie. Because from the perspective of the projects and the builders who were forced to kind of work in these toxic systems, we've been building since 2017, but Alameda showed up and suddenly all the incentives got completely warped. The way that projects were forced to work with Alameda was that essentially Alameda was listing FTX perps and taking positions against any of the tokens that they received for market making deals, any of the things that they told projects they would need to do, like store project balances and funds on FTX as an exchange, which then became the collateral that they were using. Again, it was a complete Ponzi, but they dominated enough of the system. And the system includes the social system, the communication systems, everybody believing their version of the narrative. They controlled enough of that communication. They sponsored so many podcasts, including Up Only, and they just had their name, their good brand on so many storytellers. Plus, they had leverage with every project because they had their fingers into every project who needed their liquidity making services or that needed FTX perps to have some kind of liquidity, even as they took position against those same projects. Like consistently, if you hear something is left, believe that it's right. If you hear it's white, believe it's black. Anything that comes out of FTX, Alameda at this stage, and any prior statements, it's not just that we should assume we should ignore it. You should safely assume the opposite.
Yeah, he hit the nail on the head. Every single thing he said is what every project we've talked to it's explained to us. And all this was right under our noses the entire time, and everybody missed it.
Yeah, so I'm getting an exchange is about to come up on stage. We're trying to bring him up on stage. Please need handle. And
Mario, can I ask my question to Ben while we still have him here?
Yeah, sure, man. And then I want to give the mic to Bill, Fubar, and Dima. But go ahead, Alex.
Thanks, Mario. Ben, so I know you've been doing like a lot of research into, specifically the general counsel who was involved with FTX. I was doing a little digging on my own, and when Ultimate Bets came up, it reminded me of, I think it was like Chico Crypto or someone had covered, but Ultimate Bets was owned by a company called Excapsa Software, and so on their legal team was two people. It was Daniel Friedberg, who is involved with FTX, but then also Stuart Hoegner. And Stuart Hoegner was the general counsel of Tether. It is now the general counsel of Bitfinex. And as I was looking deeper, I saw, just based on the flows of Tether, that from,
Okay, so we have some breaking news real quick. Legal Alien told us AAX, one of the biggest cryptocurrency exchanges by volume, just under $1 billion, announced that they're halting all trading on the platform. Oh, for 10 days? Ooh, let's continue.
After they were caught moving hundreds of millions between the two companies. So, I feel like a big theme in all this is like, how can we finally flush, all of the bad actors and the misbehavior out of the system? And this, to me, feels like one of those that's just been floating around. And it's almost like a where there's smoke, there's fire thing. So I'm curious if you've looked into that as well. I'm not even trying to like draw up conspiracies. It's just, it's very interesting that, the same guy that was also helping the general counsel at Ultimate Bets has a tie into crypto now.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you I'm having the Stewart guy looked into right now. His name was not familiar to me, but what I will tell you is there is definitely a huge connection between Tether, Alameda, SPF. You can go back very early on to, there's a lot of speculation regarding, 2017 when the price went up, right? That a lot of it was just worthless Tether being printed out there to inflate prices. And that's really what caused the bull run. How much of that is truth? I don't know. But I do know that supposedly SPF was right up in the middle of all that. That's kind of where he got his start in crypto, would have been, around the Tether printing. So I think really the lesson here that people need to take is that there are leeches in the financial system. These attorneys, these general counsels, they're not big players. We don't look at these people the same way that we look at SPF or we look at bad actors, in the system. But yet they always find their way to attach themselves to what's happening. So I think really every project, every exchange needs to really be looking up and down their list of people they employ and ask themselves the question, do we have a leech here? Is there a leech here that is trying to siphon off money in number of ways? And what else have they been involved in? The fact that Dan Freiberg was involved in Ultimate Bet and he was still allowed to be a general counsel for FTX, that's a problem. And, kind of like we look in politics, I'm not going to get too political or anything like that, but, the idea of drain the swamp, right? What that basically means is there are people that are in power who are not elected, who manage to always be the ones really behind making a lot of these decisions. And I know this from working with regulators and working with politicians is, the chiefs of staff have way more power than the politicians do because they actually stay. The politicians have term limits. So, look at the way the system works in politics and say, like, how do we uproot a lot of these people that aren't voted in, that have been there forever, that are the real snakes? I think we got to ask the same thing in crypto.
Yeah, so sorry, on the Stuart, I do know Stuart. So he was the general counsel for Shapeshift, which was founded by Eric Voorhees, and then he moved over to Bitfinex. I've had nothing but a good experience with him. And full disclosure here, I gotta disclose just because of the conversation. I'm a shareholder in Jesse Kraken. I'm a shareholder in Abra Bill. I'm a shareholder in Kim.com's company, and I'm a shareholder in Bitfinex as well. All three banked to the future. So just disclosing the conflicts.
And I've got, before I give the mic to Bill, I do have Mexi about to come up. The vice president at Mexi apparently is
MXC
coming
Global.
up on stage. Andrew, we've
Big
sent
deal.
you through an invite.
MXC Global, big deal coming up. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me up. Appreciate it. So I just wanted to echo a couple of things on reserves. So we're not an exchange. We leverage qualified
after this guy,
custodians as well as exchanges for liquidity, including Binance, Fireblocks, Coinbase, and others. And we welcome this proof of reserves concept. However, we think it's really 40% of the picture. What we really need is proof of solvency, and you don't need to be a public company to do proof of solvency. I mean, we're going that route to be
we don't know if AAX had exposure to FTX. Look at the contagion is going to be. It's like FTX had the flu, went into a room with a bunch of people, and died. And now we're going to see who else in the room, right, that was exposed to FTX is going to fall off, or at least get sick from the contagion. So it's going to take days, weeks, probably months, probably just weeks, right? Especially what's going on here. Go on. Samson says, the battle for Middle-earth has begun. Look it. I know if you like the Lord of the Rings or the Hobbit, why didn't they take the Eagles all the way there? These guys had freaking first-class private jets all the way to Mordor. These motherfuckers walked. Seems like a choice to me. Thank you, Samson. Appreciate you, bro. Yeah. I think this guy's just shilling his project.
too. But I think we can all agree that if we're all going to be centralized players, then we need to step up. And to me, this is one of the key issues to getting there, and probably would have surfaced a lot of issues earlier, including issues with other exchanges that people are questioning now, because we see all this money moving around and nobody really understands why. And I just want to get some reaction from people who can affect this to understand why this isn't happening and when it's going to start happening.
Hey Bill, could you help us? Do you have instant withdrawals on your platform, or when people are they investing for terms?
Yeah, so we have 3 products. We have Trade, Earn, and the which is called Boost, and then we have Borrow. Trade, you have real-time 24/7 access to funds. We maintain 100% reserves on Binance and Fireblocks, and we're talking to Binance for a way to publish that, because for us it's an omnibus account. It's not something that we can't just basically publish accounts that we don't own. So we're trying to figure out.
Are these guys shilling their project right now?
It's an omnibus account they own, and users can testify we've never had an issue there with withdrawals. On Boost, if you're a retail customer on Boost, you have we don't offer term products there. So the withdrawal time is the terms of service say 7 days, but I don't get any special treatment. When I've tried it myself, generally I get the funds back within 24 to 36 hours, including weekends. But the terms of service do say 7 days. And then on the institutional side, we have many institutions, trusts, family offices that do get term products, which we don't offer to the public, just because we think the disclosures there are much harder for the public to understand. And we've been working with lawyers on a way to figure out if that's even realistic.
Dude, this beta is such ass. He's shilling his cryptocurrency project. Oops, his project. Hold on. This beta is the biggest ass of all time, dude. I'm so tired of this motherfucking cheap ass, Twitter ass live space. Stop sucking, Twitter live space. One time. One time, Twitter. Stop being bad. Just be good one time. Well, he's shilling his project. It's not a cryptocurrency. They might have a token. What I like about Coinbase, and people like always talk shit about Coinbase because it's publicly traded on the stock exchange. At least they don't have a token, you know? I'll give it a second. Last time I took a couple seconds for this thing to get back up.
Parties in the lending borrow market at this point. So we've completely shied away from that.
Do you offer yield on Bitcoin?
We do. We do it on the retail side for international and U.S. accredited, and then for institutions on term.
And how do you generate yield on Bitcoin?
yeah, it's lent to the TradFi firms that I mentioned before.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so you passed the Simon line of questioning, Bill. Appreciate you, Simon. I love when you do that. And Mexi, we've sent you an invite to come up, and I'm glad more
Let's go,
exchanges,
MXC.
by the way. So Bill, Jesse, CZ, and everyone else that came, we just kind of led the way, paved the
Nobody
way
saw
for other
that.
exchanges to follow suit, at least the ones that don't have anything to hide. So while we're waiting for Mexi to come on, Fubar, you've been breaking the FTX news before most, so I would love your take on all this, and if there's anything else that you haven't shared or that we don't know about the FTX saga.
Yeah, thanks for having me. First off, I just want to say, Jesse, huge.
Fubar? Why? Why are we Why? Who's this guy? Oofbar? Who? You know what? You know what's crazy, guys? And I'm sorry if I'm accusing people of this. I bet you some of these people speaking are letting people come up and they're getting paid for it. Bet you 100%. 100% they're getting paid to show it. 100%. You think so? I'm kind of cynical. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm kind of cynical, right? Golly, dude, this dude, Twitter live space is so bad. It's always been pretty bad, but lately it's been bad. Maybe it's just on desktop or something. We'll give it a second. Let's read some of the chats. Central exchanges with DeFi tokens. Yeah, some of them have tokens, right? Centralized exchanges with DeFi tokens, exactly. But usually the centralized exchanges, you can get their token on their centralized exchange, right? CryptoIS says someone tell
making
that
money off them somehow. Otherwise, they
There we
would
go.
just see it as a liability.
We're here now. We're good now.
Yeah, and I've been thinking a lot about. I do think, while full decentralization is absolutely the end state, there are a lot of steps along this path of building an alternative financial system that do require handholding, and I think and custodial centralized intermediaries are a boon for a lot of people. So I've been doing a lot of thinking around what is the optimal model that prevents blowups and fraud and failure cases like this that we've seen over and over again in the past couple of weeks. There was discussion about proof of reserves earlier, which I think is a wonderful step in the right direction. Just transparency on how much money do you have and where is it and how is it moving and why was it moving. That alone has, I think, that alone has uncovered a lot of key information, such as, for example,
Now, first of all, shout out to PulseX. I'm waiting for my damn PulseX to launch. Okay, I've been patient. PulseX Dex. I got hex staked. I sacrificed to the cause. I still haven't got anything yet. I'm waiting for it to launch. You know what I mean? Okay, I don't know what he's shilling, but we're gonna take a break from this, and I'm gonna talk to the chat for a little bit because you guys have some really good questions. So Big A says, "Are we buying the Crow dip for a possible bounce?" Now, if it turns out that Crow was fine, that everything everybody else is saying is wrong, all the suspicious stuff that we're seeing on the blockchain is absolutely coincidence, then Crow's going to go insane. It's going to bounce like crazy. So we'll see what's up with that. Now, I did buy the Solana dip, even though Solana was like, you know, them. It felt like them, FTX and SBF were like just like peanut butter and jelly. Like they went together. I still think Solana is a good project. I think it's great. And I bought the dip. Now, is that smart? I don't know. But I feel like in a year or two, like people forget about the whole SBF involvement and Solana will be okay. Because Solana was very, very popular during the bull run, right? Especially for NFTs. A lot of people were launching NFT products on Solana. Now, Crow is a little different. If we find out that a lot of these cryptocurrency companies are fibbing their reserve statements or their financial statements, it's not going to be good. Will that be the demise of Crypto.com? Probably not. Right? Will that be their demise? Probably not. We'll see in the coming days or weeks, but I don't know, guys. If you're buying the Crow dip, I'm not saying Crypto.com is going to go under, but it could dump more. So just be careful. What's up, PulseX? I'm waiting. Johnny Blaze says, do you know why Crypto.com is still holding our Gala hostage? All trading is open everywhere but CDC. What gives? I don't know what's going on with Crypto.com. If that's a thing, I don't have Crypto.com as an exchange. I just finished the KYC for them. So, yeah. Kevin says, bro, I put $1,000 for Tectonic for $6 billion. The value is now 582. Don't know to sell for a loss or buy more. CRONOS got me worried. You know what the sad thing about all this is like no one can predict this. Like this, we don't know. We don't know. Here's the thing. Tectonic's one of those projects where it's so small, it has the ability to go crazy, but it exists on the CRONOS chain. It's their blockchain. So if crypto.com goes, anything negatively associated with crypto.com is going to affect every project on their chain. It's like Ethereum dumping. ERC20 tokens are going to dump. It's the same shit, so keep in mind. All right, let's see if they have anything to say. Let's see if they have anything to say.
Some degree being abused, and it's also partially the government's fault for not stepping in and making this cleaner and using old 50-year-old remittance laws to implement something that is basically exchanges are a less than 10-year-old concept, but it's around long enough now where folks like Wyoming have been able to create legal oversight that is specific to crypto. So, my point is, sorry for the diatribe, but there are ways to address this so that you're basically holding things off balance sheets.
I want to just quickly take the mic, if you don't mind, for you, Bar Bill. So we have another exchange that will be coming up as well. We're just validating the account before accepting them on stage. But we do have Mexi on stage. Andrew, how are you?
There we go. This is a good one.
I am excellent, everybody. It's such a pleasure to join some old friends and some new friends here today.
Andrew, first I want to applaud you for... Sorry, I just want to... Okay, I can hear myself double. Hold on. All right, so Andrew, I don't know why I have got feedback, so I hear myself double. So if you can just unmute, I've muted you now, just because there's a lot of feedback. So, started with FTX. Now we're really digging deep into crypto.com after what happened with Gate. And the more we dig, the more questions
Mizzy, Matt, I don't have MacBook.
We've had CZ, Binance, we've had Jesse, Kraken, and now we have, of course, we've had, Bill is still on stage. We've had Charles.
Real quick, though, you see Classic Crypto and Crypto King starting to grift right away. Right away, they're on it. I think the flood towards Classic Crypto, I'm calling you guys out again. All right, fuck Terra Luna Classic. It's fucking crypto.com now. And you know what? We're going to grift even though there's clear evidence. Like, let's not knock these people like they're stupid and spreading FUD for no reason. These guys are doing their research. You already see these motherfuckers after them. Let's combine the crypto.com and Terra Luna Classic communities. You already see them. Ready for that community. Ready for it, baby.
Those travel rule requirements with privacy regulations, kept in mind. So I have a unique kind of perspective here of what even the regulatory environment looked like, what could or couldn't have prevented this, and kind of where FTX's red flags were tingling my spidey senses all along the way. So first and foremost, there's a major difference between registration as an exchange and licensing as an exchange. In registration, you're kind of self-regulated, you're self-reporting, you are sending suspicious activity reports and similar. Licensed, you have capital requirements. You have a lot more rules and regulations within each jurisdiction. So that could be state by state, it could be province by province, country by country. As we all know, the landscape and the rules are not equivalent or the same country to country, state to state, province to province. It could be very easy to get a license in Alberta, but not in Ontario, just as Canada as an example. So now zooming in on the brand that we saw this week with Trouble, it's a $1 trillion industry. A player with about $8 billion in debt in their balance sheet is suffering. A lot of hysterics around this, the doom and gloom of the collateral damage or the contagion. For me, it seems like the contagion's more along the side of misinformation. We look at FTX. This is a company that named an arena, sponsored a sports team, spent millions and millions of dollars acquiring property, hiring celebrities, running expensive commercials. How is it that this business, who started with very similar capital to all the rest of us in the landscape, is able to spend so egregiously without bringing money in? Where did that revenue come from? How could you afford to do all these things and basically buy the trust of consumers? And this is I think the biggest red flag in our industry is you shouldn't be able to buy people's trust. You should be able to earn trust through truth. And proof of reserves is truth. So Mexi, following suit with our peers here in the industry, is en route producing our proof of reserves. We've also disclosed from the Nansen report that was published what our stablecoin inflow looks like, Mexi has always kind of been a quiet, silent solution. Our play has always been to aggregate all the best services to a single login. So consumers had, a one-stop shop to find all the things that they wanted from crypto. And we didn't spend users' funds on egregious things like the World Cup and stadiums and all these ridiculous things like Larry David at the Super Bowl to deliver that message. What we focused on was building a great product, putting that product into the space, and letting that product and the consumers kind of inform it, give us their feedback, and tell us what they wanted. We don't need to spend to look like the biggest, in our space, we're a challenger brand. If Binance is McDonald's, then companies like mine are Burger King or Wendy's, and we have our niches. Our niches are low caps, altcoins, meme coins.
Oh, let's see a roast session real quick. And Matt, I use Filmora Wonderfriend. All right, here we go.
Not about making money. In fact, CZ doesn't care about money. Look at his clothes.
Priceless.
He has no fancy clothes or cars, and he plans to donate his wealth to charity. Not about.
So the same thing happened with the same thing happened with the same thing happened with fucking SPF from FTX, right? I don't know why it was so hard for my brain to process that fucking statement. I'm sorry, guys. This is my fucking third cup of coffee too. Okay. All right, let's get back into it. I'm sorry. Hit the like button. Okay, hit the like button. We're hanging out today. I was supposed to go hiking. My friend is sleepy. He didn't want to go hiking, and now we're hanging out with the boys and gals today. Let us all mourn together and sulk together as all of our net worth literally deletes before our eyes. At least I have my friends. All right, let's go.
And I also think that the outlook of the industry in general is very positive. Crypto's got about 1 trillion in assets and securitization circulating right now. But as we see with NASDAQ offering custody of crypto and all these TradFi use cases that have been developing at Deloitte and KPMG and Capco waiting to go to the market for essentially the regulators to catch up so they could legally offer these products, there's $19 trillion of pent-up demand coming. 20 times the volume, the velocity of money is going to enter the space. And, we're all talking about $8 billion from a 1 trillion cap. It's kind of small in perspective of what's to come. So those are my thoughts.
Simon, do you want to kick off the questions? Fubar, Simon, or Chep?
Yeah, I don't know how I've accumulated this role, but okay, I'll do a few questions. So my job seems to be to ask tough questions to exchange operators. Do you have a token?
We have the MX.
Very big question.
Oh, here we go.
Yes, we have the MX token.
Yeah,
Does it sit on your balance?
Yeah, I'll let you go, Dima. I'll let you go right after Simon.
Here we go.
How do you mark it on your balance sheet?
So the MX token right now is something that you can use to stake against the platform. You can use it to vote, to basically have governance on what's going to get listed from things that are fighting for a space. It's got utility at Trivala.com, but it's not something that we're using to lend and collateral.
Do you own a bunch of the tokens? Your company?
Does our company own a bunch of the tokens? Yes.
Uh-oh.
And do you mark those on your balance sheet?
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Do you mark it?
Hold on. We don't know that one.
This is a question I would have to take back. I don't have this in front of me.
Okay. Do you offer any lending or collateral services?
Not against the MX now.
Okay, so you're a custody service that should be matched 1-to-1 with your clients' fund balances.
Correct.
Okay. And do you have state-by-state money transmitters?
No.
So you're an MSB?
No. So Maxi is not a money services business in the United States.
Okay. So do you offer services just outside US?
Correct. We serve about 170 countries globally, but the US and Canada are not included.
Okay. Are you a virtual asset service provider somewhere?
We are a VASP, yes.
Okay. Which jurisdiction?
We're registered in Seychelles.
Okay, cool. And so have they got a VASP regime, or did you grandfather in, or is it something you've already gone through?
We went through that 2018. I was not with the company at the time, so I can't give you the perfect answer here.
Okay, cool. So basically, you operate outside US. You are a custodian, and so everything should match 1-to-1. And you have to adhere to a VASP regime. Does that require you to have like a disaster recovery, business continuity?
100%.
And do the coins sit on the same balance sheet as the platform, or do they sit segregated into a different balance sheet?
This is big. This is big. This is big.
I would have to get that answer for you. I'm happy to just lark somebody now about that.
I said that's
cool.
big.
All right, I'm done with my questioning.
Timo?
Yeah, hi guys.
Great question.
I wanted to jump in to talk a little bit of boring stuff, how the proof of reserve liability should be done. But since we have MEXC representative, I want to share one case that actually happened with me. And so there is a token, hacking token, whatever, and it is traded at Max Gate KuCoin exchange, most of it, and most of the trades were at Gate and KuCoin.
So they're talking about MEXC Global, the cryptocurrency exchange, right? And they're pretty much asking them if they have the same issues as some of the cryptocurrency products that went under. These are all questions that that were issues with other cryptocurrency companies. So yes, Vladimir has joined the convo. Sorry, is that racy? I'm just kidding. Relax, okay? Relax. We have some person in the chat saying crypto regulation is here now with the CBDCs are here now. No one likes CBDCs. No one likes CBDCs. No one. It's still government ran. The reason for DeFi and cryptocurrency is to have some sort of freedom from government. Right now, we need to keep DeFi like Uniswap, PancakeSwap, Bitcoin. We need to keep that. We need to keep that holy and untouched. The cryptocurrency exchanges were the bridge between actual true DeFi and normal people and centralization. And it turns out when you put regular ass dudes with greedy agendas, they fuck it up, right? When you do something that these cryptocurrency exchanges are doing, they're messing it up. They're taking down the entire market. Terra Luna, Voyager, Celsius, right? Now we have fucking FTX. When we give people normies, the control, they just mess it up. The only one that seems clean so far is just CZ from Binance. And then, of course, these other cryptocurrency exchanges, we'll see what happens. But, I mean, man, let's go ahead. Let's continue.
But then MEXC exchange should not say that they are exchange. They should say that they are broker. Or any other explanation should be like publicly available.
Thank you, Bronco Billy.
All the transactions ID are in the comments, so like people can check my words. Thank you.
Understood. And a year ago in MEXC's history as a company and its product development, a roadmap of becoming registered and certified.
Okay, so I don't. This is probably not. It's something different, but I do want to talk about some regulation that I do welcome, because there is one regulation that I do welcome, one that I really think we should have, and it's important for everybody to hear this. It's not what you think it is. It's on stable coins, more specifically USDC and Tether. We need a group of people to go in here every month, every quarter, whatever they want to do, preferably every month, to make sure that they are backed by what they say they are backed by. Nothing else. Why? Because people should have a safe spot to put their money. Because look, this is better than a bank. Having your money in USDC, being able to send it on holidays, being able to do all your transactions on, doesn't matter, 24/7, right? Doesn't matter when your bank is open, doesn't matter. These stable coins give people the opportunity to have something that's worth the value of the world's dominating currency, which is the US dollar, right? And to be able to easily send it between each other and buy the crypto they want with it. So the way we get bad actors out of this space with stable coins is to have regulation on that. I do welcome regulation on stable coins. Algorithmic stable coins, don't trust them. Too dangerous. But for sure, stable coins. That's my opinion.
Crypto is an idea. Crypto is a germ, a seed that we've all kind of watered and developed. And these types of cooperations and overlaps are going to be necessary to sustain it long term. And so there is tens of trillions of dollars of liquidity circulating behind all the products and services we've all been building for the last 5 to 6 years? That's a
Simon,
fantastic question.
Sorry, another
I'll
question.
just
Do you
Simon,
charge do you charge people to list a token on your exchange?
Yes, we do.
And do you require them to have market making?
We do. So we don't provide the market making at Mexi. And that's a major red flag, is that kind of incestuous relationship between forcing a project or a community to work with a partner. That's where you get a lot of area and space for conflict of interest.
If you don't mind, if I add something
Go for
here, Simon, I just want to, you mentioned that you guys are domiciled in Seychelles. And I'm not pointing fingers at Mexi, because I know that because of the tight or lack of regulations in more first world countries, it's very difficult to get licenses to operate. My question is, what recourse users have to an exchange that is registered in a place like Seychelles? It just feels, and I'm not pointing fingers at Mexi, please, because actually Mexi is a great exchange. I use the exchange, I've got to be honest, so it's not a dig at Mexi. But I think one thing that we've learned now after what happened with SBF, you know, they're sitting in the Bahamas. You know, if you want to go and do legal action in the Bahamas, good luck to you. There's also that famous time where Arthur Hayes was on stage with Nouriel Roubini, and he said something like, come and sue me in Seychelles and pay with bananas or something like that. I don't remember the exact quote, but it has something to do with Seychelles and paying with bananas. I'm just, you know, I think one thing that this thing has taught us is that the centralized entities need to be regulated. And users should feel more comfortable dealing with centralized operators in more regulated environments. I'm not saying that it's foolproof, because, you know, I don't think that the regulators are perfect. And testament is that FTX US is in exactly the same position as FTX International. But I'm just, you know, I'm kind of concerned now with all this going on about, we're regulated in Seychelles. Okay, well, you know, what do Seychelles laws mean exactly? I don't know if anyone else has similar concerns.
Let's open this can of worms. I kind of love this thread, because my compliance background before working at an exchange is tingling here.
All right, baby.
The competitors that are operating in North America, that are operating in parts of Europe and Asia, that were early to the market, 2017, 2018, when they founded and started operating, they have been, and we saw this with FTX, conspiring, lobbying, and legislating to gatekeep appropriate licensing,
Coinbase
and raising the barrier to entry, the capital entry, and all sorts of other problems, to protect their position in these markets. So, you know, you can only open so many.
Now, a lot of people don't like Coinbase because, you know, they don't really. Coinbase is more, people always knock Coinbase, but Coinbase is actually really careful about who they list on their cryptocurrency platform. And although recently they did have some former employees who were fired before this was found out, that were insider trading and who got in trouble and probably going to jail, right? They did have some shady people on their team, right? Some high level people that are now done, right? I don't know how high level they were, but it was a big scandal, right? They were insider trading. Now, Coinbase is a publicly traded company on the U.S. stock exchange. Now, does it make it bulletproof? No, right? It could still fail, but Coinbase is one I trust. I just do trust it. I think they're good. I think they're one of the cryptocurrency companies, exchanges that get it right, and it's super user friendly. So, you know, I don't know. People don't like it. I believe in Coinbase because it's a U.S. company, and yes, regulators are assholes here, guys. But there's a reason why our infrastructure is so good. Because when it comes to regulation, crossing the T's, dotting the I's, making sure every box is checked, we do not play here. Before a building is set up, there has to be so many people coming in and making sure everything is okay, right? Making sure it's all good before you start selling that. So that's the way I think of Coinbase. What's up, Hitoshi? What's up, baby? All right, what's up, Scotty? All right.
Working with regulators, what is the difference in terms of, and I'm talking specifically from a user's point of view, when an exchange is regulated in the United States, what does the exchange have to do different from every other exchange? I kind of want to get a list of all the steps that.
This is good. This is good.
When we're dealing with an exchange that's licensed in the US, what are we actually getting versus the other changes?
Yeah, it's a very complicated answer, and I think the short answer is like you don't really know. And countries that offer licenses tend to only be concerned with the residents of their countries. So like take Japan for example. We had to set up a fully separate infrastructure for our Japanese clients. So that's like total balance separation. All kinds of stuff. They've got their own operations such that if the main Kraken global entity were to blow up, the Japanese entity would be able to like survive on its own, and distribute balances to people. So some countries might require you to do that kind of segregation, but you can also potentially operate your entire global business out of a particular country, and they may not care so much about what happens to residents or your clients that are outside of the country in which you're licensed or headquarters. So I think you really can't make any assumptions from the outside about what's happening. And these the regulators are not like they don't have like a real-time view into the company's balance sheet and transactions and stuff like that. We do audits on a regular basis, so they'll have some perspective there. But like the stuff that happened with FTX and Luna and Three Arrows and all this contagion, all this stuff probably happened, in a period of time where a regulator wouldn't have noticed, or if you just lied for like, one round of questions, like maybe you could have got away with it, for a few months, until it came back to you. But being based in the U.S., the legal regime here in the United States was one reason why we founded the company here. We thought that the space, that exchanges needed credibility. Mt. Gox was in Japan. We thought that a U.S.-based exchange would be seen as more credible. And, obviously, there's a great body of bankruptcy law here, and there's a lot of protections here for consumers in the event of a blow up. And, while there are a lot of licenses to get in the States and as well in Europe, I don't think you can count on the regulator to really provide a significant amount of oversight over a short period of time. And I think that you could lie to them, you could fake your statements, you can dupe your auditor probably for a significant amount of time. But I wouldn't count on them to be protecting you.
I think the difference though is that if you're in the United States and you do that, then you really fear getting jail time. You really fear getting taken to task. I just feel like, I know that if I'm in Africa, I'm in South Africa, and I know that if you committed a crime, if your company was domiciled in South Africa and you committed a crime, to an American or to someone in Europe, there wouldn't be any real serious consequences because they just don't have the strong hand that the United States has. The United States has. I think if you're operating in the United States and you do, you go above the law, then there are going to be serious implications. And often, even if you're not in the United States, somehow they will get you back into the United States, and there will be huge consequences.
Yeah, I think that's right. I'm an American citizen. I'm here in California. The whole executive team for the company is living in the United States. So we've got quite a bit of exposure here. I mean, we feel pretty comfortable with that. We're doing everything 100% above board. We're not out there in DC either trying to make things harder for everybody. I think things have gotten harder over time just because there's more scrutiny on the space.
That's key.
Politicians and regulators kind of know what they're looking at now. Whereas, in the past, say 10 years ago, they just had no idea and they weren't paying attention at all. So I would say it probably is harder to start another exchange in the States. You probably have to go get licenses first now rather than, just starting and trying to get them later. But, I think if you're going to do something as a consumer, if you're a customer of one of these venues, and if you don't need to do something that really requires an offshore entity to do, like, let's say the activity you want to do is illegal in the United States, so you're going offshore, like you would in the old days to a poker site or something, right? You have to it's illegal in the States, so you got to go offshore to do it. I understand that. But if you're just going to park your coins somewhere, I think you want to park them in like the most heavily regulated, supervised place possible, where there's like the most accountability for the operators. And you know, so if you just want to custody your coins somewhere, put them on a US based exchange, and you know, don't put them on an exchange that's like run out of like Thailand or something. Like, why would you do that if you're a US citizen?
And I know, Gaurav, you've got a few questions as well for Andrew.
Yeah, I wanted this chain of thoughts and conversation to end, because I'm going to steer it to a different side, which is not even a part.
Digital complexity. That's a big ass mistake. Sending $400 million to the wrong address when your company apparently is backed by only $3.5, which is still a lot, $2.5, I think, $billion, is a huge mistake. They got it back, yeah, but come on. Everyone makes mistakes. Not like I make mistakes like that. I am Rodney, the YouTuber, right? It's okay for me. You can't make mistakes like that. Yeah, just fucking sorry. It's like, no, motherfucker. It's like texting and driving. Oh, I was texting, I hit that person. Everybody it's like, no, you go to jail for that, you know? You got to be careful. You got to be careful, right? But Jesse Powell makes sense, right? He makes sense. He talks about, yeah, we're operating in the United States, and yes, we're good with the compliance in the United States, but we're not sitting there kissing ass to the suits and ties that run the government, right? We're not kissing ass like SBF did, you know? So I love that. I love to hear that.
In 2018.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that in regard to the USA, for example, and in Europe, especially now when you got all the FIUs that are working under central banks in Europe, and then you got different umbrella companies, like, for example, in the US, you can use Prime Trust.
Right, Anarcho? 100%.
The only thing is that when you look at it, the only reason for someone to not go and choose to go under a regulated entity like in Europe or the United States, it's strictly because of the requirement that you have, the liabilities that you have. And I'm personally going through that, so it's an experience that is not easy. But if we are talking about having safe environments, especially for our users, and to make sure that, you know, if you're talking about reserve proof or capital adequacy, which is something that not a lot of people are talking about, then you have to make sure that you're under an entity that can actually supervise you. So, for example, in the United States, you got Prime Trust, right? Onboarding with Prime Trust take you 4 to 6 months. It's an extensive due diligence, but this due diligence in the end come to the point that it gives all the transparency, not just about the company behavior, how it operates with the users, but also about the founders, right? In the end, when you know who the founders of the company and you know who are the shareholders and the UBOs, then when they are exposed out, it's much harder for them to conduct a foul play.
True.
Of course, think about it. If you're registered in Seychelles, where you got a UBO protections, and you can use different entities as shells, or you can use different monkeys, as they call them, just to put them as frontmen, then it's much easier to make foul play, because you know that in the end you are, just like, if I'm not mistaken, someone here in the conversation say that you need to come to Seychelles and pay with bananas, right? And it's much more corrupted. It's much easier to not get the punishment that you need to get. This is why I see that a lot of the different exchanges that are going out to those different offshore entities have something to hide. Maybe they are doing a correct, and maybe they're, I don't know, fair entities that are not mistreating client funds, perhaps, but just the fact that you are choosing to go to an offshore site, or you are choosing to go to where it's more lenient in regarding to regulations, I believe this is already a very big red flags. And that's what people should really look about. Now, Kim likes to do the diligence, as I saw earlier, and he likes to look at things. So if you will take all the exchanges and you will see those, for example, Binance is leading in this thing, yeah? CZ is flying all over the place. He's going to be in Cyprus in 2 weeks, as I know as well. He's acquiring licensing in every European country that is possible. If I'm not mistaken, Binance US is also using Prime Trust for their licensing umbrellas. So you can see that there is exchanges that are proactive in going to the places where there is much more transparency and much more enforcement in regarding to the operation that they are conducting with the user of the specific country, which this is what I believe we should see from all the exchanges. Now,
I've got just very quickly, Elad, if you don't mind, chat. There's just a breaking news in our chat. If you could please verify it before
I'm
we
looking
share
through
it
right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
because that's pretty concerning if you can validate it.
Oh, shit. Hold
Sorry,
on.
Alex, I'll let you get to the conclusion of
What's-
that point, and then we'll go to Gaurav for the final questions for Andrew, because I think he's addressed most
the break-
questions seemingly pretty well.
What's the breaking news? Oh,
Sure,
shit.
thank you very much. So, and just to touch to the point, that was the reason why I went up from the beginning, which that's why this whole space started about crypto.com. So again, I will go to Kim that you can go and do the DD about it. Of course, I'm not here to talk badly about no other company, but in regarding to the claim of the transaction was a transaction that was a mistake, there is certain factors in the infrastructure of how every entity that works with Prime Trust, which Prime Trust backstage is working with Fireblocks, is that there is such a thing called a TAP, Transaction Approval Procedure, which is mandatory. Means that in order to create, even if it's a whitelisted external, in order to create an external transfer from an ecosystem that is sitting on this on this infrastructure, you will have to have a minimum of 3 executives that are signing those transactions. With an MPC technology that they have implemented, it's already in the infrastructure.
What's the breaking news? No one cares.
It's mandatory. And what that means basically that you have 3 devices that are being listed on the infrastructure, that when an external transfer is being conducted, all the 3 devices needs to sign with the MPC verification that is being done by the infrastructure. Now, again,
we
I'm not saying
we already had someone here earlier, Michael, I believe was his name, who was running us through all the different certificates that they have and what the requirements are. So this is not new.
Yeah. Sorry. So I understand. So just in regard to the claim, then you send it the claim of some individual going ahead and doing it is a false claim.
Okay. All right, Elad, I appreciate
That's
you
done.
saying that.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Chet,
here it
did you
is. Here it
verify the
is.
information, or are you still looking at on-chain transactions?
Still looking at on-chain data before we bring this up.
Okay. So while waiting for Chet, Gaurav,
They're
did you have
looking-
a few questions for Andrew? We'll try to give you, Andrew, another few quick minutes, Andrew, for a few questions. But again, I appreciate you being here.
Just really quick before someone else hops in. I totally agree with Elad about the jurisdiction issue. For anyone who has money on an exchange, which we all here agreed yesterday and today, at least, a lot of the leaders, you shouldn't have your money in an exchange or your crypto in an exchange. But if you do, you want to make sure that it's in a jurisdiction where you have any kind of hope to have a fair, a reasonable legal fight in a Western Commonwealth type legal system. I see a lot of exchanges in the Seychelles, and many of them that are in trouble are based in jurisdictions like the Seychelles, and it's alarming. It's definitely not a good look.
Gaurav?
Yeah, thank you. By the way,
I'm trying to find what they're
on the
talking
last
about. I'm
topic,
trying
I
to find
think
what
the
they're talking about.
concluding statement would still be the most trusted. We're talking about the most trusted, or amongst the most trusted exchange that has created the ripples we are living right now. So I don't think there is a jurisdiction in the world that truly understands crypto and regulating exchanges or entities of the Web3 world. So, I mean, yeah, we can say whatever about exchanges in the US or exchanges in the Seychelles, and so I mean, similarly for the entities, but it doesn't really changes a lot. I mean, it just, people can definitely choose an easier domicile if they want to start a quick business. It's totally about individual ethics. Till the time we are waiting for super informed regulators that really know their shit. But I'll quickly come on my point, Andrew.
What's
like
the
I said, I'm
news?
going to
What's the
steer it
news?
from retail customers to project. A lot of people here in the chat know the fact that I've been in the space since
True,
2015.
Mark,
we have
true.
been managing markets, our own personal wealth on multiple exchanges. We've been recording tick data for the top 20, 30 assets since 2016. So having access to order books live and recording that data, when we were managing, market making for our investment portfolio, we observed that the tokens that were taken by I don't want to sound attacking, so I don't want to just name MXC here, because a lot of exchanges have the same practice. So I just don't want to point it out on you, but a lot of smaller or medium exchanges do this, and at times the order book exceeds, especially in the launch hour or the launch day when the volatility is extreme. The order book sort of exceeds the total amount of tokens in the exchange hot wallets, which means and the tokens that were taken for airdrops, or the exchanges take those tokens as a part of the listing fee. And it's mostly the uninformed, unplanned, unimagined blast or dump on the launch of the token. Are you aware of these practices? I know this happens. I mean, we have recorded history of this of a lot of exchanges. I'm just eager to know now that we have you on stage. Does this happen on your clock, or is it just does this happen somewhere at the layer in the bottom of the company? Or I mean, what are your thoughts about it? And I'll leave this question to Simon, Kim, Chet, and Mario to be continued, because I hop in on for just 30-40 minutes. Over to you, Andrew.
So on the listing side, when you're coming to Mexi and you're providing funds for marketing, events, and services, you're providing funds to list to pay for the operations and the costs that go into adding you to the system and all the work that goes into that. That's all earmarked for very special events and purposeful marketing promotions. So you shouldn't see the funds used in other ways. And that's how we operate here at Mexi. I can't shed light or speak on how the listing departments, operate of other exchanges. I can say that a lot of projects come to us to complain about how they were treated where they had listed previously. And it's why they're going to yet another centralized exchange to find a better home for them, where their project is treated with respect, and we're doing the best for the audience and the actual owners of the assets in the community. I hope that answers your question.
I want to go to
Not
Wahid. I know you
really.
had it. Sorry, Gaurav. I'll let you finish. Sorry, Gaurav.
Yeah, not really. Okay, I'll frame it again quickly, because I know I was sort of trying to cover a lot of ground.
And by the way, Gaurav,
Projects.
just before you continue, just want to tell you there's more exchanges wanting to come up. Bitstamp just messaged us wanting to come up, and another one, I forgot the name, else was coming up. So it's good to
I
have
really
your
don't want to
questions.
name.
Yeah, you'll
I don't
have
want to name exchanges, man. But I would only want to talk to the ones that I have recorded history of. I mean, for
Okay,
that I
so
need to,
what is
have some data.
like,
But anyways,
and one more thing I wanted to add as well, Gaurav, before you continue.
Was there really any breaking news? I don't think there was breaking news. I think they were just calling out MEXC Global, saying like, "Oh, you guys may be doing some shady shit the other exchanges are doing." Is that it?
And the team could add you into a group, and you can help us out. Sorry, Gaurav, go ahead.
Just breaking. I have 3 DMs just now.
Hold on.
From people saying that Binance has suspended ETH withdrawals. Can anyone verify that here?
Binance?
Can someone go into Binance and check?
Wait.
I've had those same DMs, but I haven't heard any verification of that at all. And the claim actually supposedly came from before CZ came on the space. So I'd be quite surprised if that's true.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll quickly wrap it again
Go ahead,
for
Gaurav.
Andrew.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hell no!
Projects listing on mid-tier exchanges are dumped on the launch hour and launch day, and this at times, and I'm talking on the basis of recorded tick data history, this happens on the launch day, and with smaller projects. I'm just trying to understand if it happens on the clock of the management. Is that a practice managed somewhere from the top?
Well,
like, are you
so
even aware of it?
Thank you for the context. So, in those of
there are too many smart people on this panel for them to fucking say that shit, right? That has to be the dumbest thing. Let's see.
volatility, any major swings or changes in the price or what we see as suspicious activity, we reach out to them. We analyze transactions. We try to address what's going on. No, we are not in the business of dumping tokens here at Mexi. But if we see, a chain of influencers or something from kind of the community or social media that is mobilizing something that's creating volatility, we connect with the project team. They coordinate with their market makers, and they try to ensure that they're not seeing dumps. They're not seeing this type of predatory type behavior on listing day.
All right, here's some breaking news. I don't know if it's true or not. Hey, where the fuck did it go? Here it is. News update. So Crypto.com has apparently pulled $80 million of USDC from Binance to pay out withdrawals. So people are withdrawing from Crypto.com right now. And it's on-chain data, right? Crypto.com has pulled 80 million USDC out of Binance addresses today to pay out withdrawals, 12 million back to Circle. Why does a crypto exchange have so much in stable coins on another exchange? Where is their USDC cold wallet? That's why CZ put out this tweet. That's why. It wasn't because of what happened a couple months ago. It was because of what happened on chain with Binance. CZ is giving us breadcrumbs. Okay, this is important, right? Big revelation. What does that mean? People were like, oh no, that $400 million thing was a mistake. It was maybe because Crypto.com. Oh shit. All right, let's continue. Hold on.
Rather the pain.
I'm fucking done.
So,
I'm fucking done.
And then
I got a burrito on the way.
exchanges impose a price tick. They impose that the project should not go beyond the ICO price. How is the project supposed to manage that? It's a public sentiment. It might just dump when it has to. Why can't we simply take it as an IPO? As a public sentiment, why do exchange have to impose all of that unless they have a plan on the other side?
I'll be right back. Hold on.
And you can totally skip the question if you like. By the way, I know it's a bit tough.
Well, it's more so that Mexi, we have 1,000 employees, and projects are receiving proposals specific to what they've requested and negotiated with their agent. And for me to have insight, we've got 1,500 projects at Mexi on each relationship, and to kind of know what it is that they came to in terms of terms would be very difficult to speak to. But I can say that, again, we're not in the business of dumping, of predatory type behavior, of incestuous market making, or dictating or controlling what is a free market. We're here to build products that people love and use, that they trust and rely on. And we're not trying to buy that trust through, being in a jurisdiction that you like, or putting our name in on an arena that you support, or things like this that I think are just kind of pulling the rug over people's eyes.
Andrew, I've got a question. Like the panel asked you a lot of tough questions. Do you mind going if I ask just a couple of general questions?
Okay, it's not Binance though.
I'll ask you a couple of general questions.
Hold on.
And my first one is pretty simple. It's a simple question, but I hope you can answer it. Why are we seeing some exchanges, including the biggest ones? Jesse from Kraken just spent like an hour, couple hours from his time, CZ, etc. Come on stage. All right, Simon, just be careful. Simon. Simon. Perfect. It was unmuting. So a lot of the exchanges, including smaller ones, have refused to come on stage. And then we have Crypto.com, which is facing most of the backlash. I even made a tweet telling people, because I got so much information that's concerning, to immediately withdraw from Crypto.com, which is a precautionary measure until we get more clarity. But there, Crypto.com and others, Gate, I've sent an invite to Gate as well. Huobi, OKX, I think had the most outflows a couple of days ago, if I remember correctly, Chet. We had Nansen on stage, or one of the top three in terms of outflows. Yeah, so they're not coming on stage to give clarity. So my question is, how many more are susceptible to a similar outcome as FTX? How many more are leveraged? How many more misuse customer funds?
Great question. And you want to look at these red flags. Who has been trying to buy your trust?
If you know, you know.
Who has been spending not on their product, but on their message? who has been out in the market lobbying and trying to, push through legislation that benefits only them? Where does that money come from? These exchanges, off the fees, they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars in plain sight. It's all in our faces. It didn't seem so secretive to me, because that's the key red flag. Overspending, egregious spending.
Can you mention some of those red flags? So the best way to mention it in a way that that you've got every right to mention it as an observation. What are some red flags that would we had another speaker mention Crypto.com's sponsorship or ad or what was it? Does anyone know what Crypto.com paid a fuck ton of money for?
Relentless ads.
Relentless ads. So this doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just a red flag, like you're throwing your money on a lot of ads, which is usually not a good sign. And a bigger red flag was FTX spending more money than they raised. And the numbers just didn't add up. We had CZ on stage says it just didn't take me much time to add up the numbers and just say, look, things don't add up at all by a wide margin. What are some of those red flags that you'd question yourself?
By the way, I watched UFC today, and Crypto.com is all over the show. And that will be a massive main sponsorship that will cost probably double-digit millions.
There you go. So, Andrew, what are some of those
and their
red
new
flags?
sponsorship on the World Cup? This is a
Who sponsored the World Cup?
Crypto.com as an official
As
sponsorship
well?
of the World Cup.
Okay.
Yes.
How do they not know that?
Okay. And did you guys any other red flags before I ask you the next question? Any other red flags?
Just around this spending, it's pretty obvious. Anybody that forces you to work with kind of incestuous partners on the market making side is pretty obvious. I would argue anybody that's advocating just for themselves and not for the betterment of the industry, there's something going on there. And finally, people acquiring bankrupt competitors. It's interesting from a compliance perspective to acquire a business under the claims that you're going to migrate a user base when you don't hold a transferable license from the business you're acquiring. Anybody buying a out of business, bankrupt, liquidated operator in our space that has no means or wherewithal to maintain a license, like what we saw Voyager do in France with that AMF license business they actually couldn't migrate the data from. What kind of due diligence they're even doing? So they're just so reckless with that spending, and it is so public that I'm surprised more people didn't take that as a concern. Instead, the opposite happened. The more people saw a name, the more they trusted it.
Just
and this
so
is why
everyone
I came
knows,
on the
sorry
show,
to break
Mario.
in there, Andrew. I just want to break in real quick, just because this is something.
So Andrew,
that a
we
question
do
got thrown up
just
about.
to Andrew, we do any breaking news. Chat just jumps in, no matter who's speaking. Just a heads up, so don't get offended.
Just
Go ahead,
so everyone knows that's listening, we do have members on the team that were able to withdraw ETH normally from Binance, so that rumor appears to be incorrect.
Oh, okay, good. Thanks, Chat.
That's
Yeah,
good
go
to
ahead,
know.
Andrew.
Thank you.
And Andrew,
The
like,
final-
as you could, go ahead, bro.
The point I wanted to wrap on, and Mario, this is why I love you, why we come on your show, and why we're happy to do this today, is we're looking in our market right now. Trust, for some odd reason right now, is more important than truth. You hear something from a trusted source, whether it's verified or not, you start circulating it as though it is real, as though it is the truth. This is damaging for an industry.
that burrito's
This
good.
allows people
Right
to
on.
play on our emotions, especially in a market where people are buying and selling emotionally. If somebody can control our emotions and drive us into fear and panic, we're manifesting bear markets. So
now, okay, let me explain what's going on right now. Let me explain what's going on real quick. Okay, so Crypto Realist makes a good point. So yesterday we praised CZ for taking out the trash with FTX, but now we are hating on him because Crypto.com is dumping. So yesterday I reported the story too. A lot of people were like, why was Crypto.com sending $400 million to Gate.io on accident? Well, people think it's because they were fibbing their financial statements. Now, CZ said yesterday, if an exchange has to move large amounts of crypto before or after they demonstrate their wallet addresses, it is a clear sign of problems. Stay away, stay safe. Interesting. But now we think that he said this statement because allegedly Crypto.com has pulled $80 million of USDC out of their out of a Binance address today to pay out withdrawals, 12 million back to Circle. Why does the crypto exchange have so much in stablecoins on another exchange? Where is their USDC cold wallet?
Give you some red flags that maybe weren't so obvious.
Crow is recovering though. He's recovering a little bit.
Question, like the spending was definitely a big one. I mean, we know our business as an exchange and, what it takes to operate. And so, we've heard a lot from investors behind the scenes as well, who were maybe looking at both companies at the same time. They were kind of comparing us to FTX and they would tell us things and, we'd just be like, that just like doesn't make sense what you're saying about kind of like what they have or what they're doing, relative to the cost structure or, the team size, or, the volumes that they have, just externally, right? Like, I mean, they have this, the Alameda connection was always like extremely suspect. It seemed like they were front running their own clients and it seemed like they were just straight up like profit motivated and, adversarial with their clients. And, turns out they're also like adversarial with the industry in DC. So, beyond like the marketing spend, the political spend was also like super sketchy. They're just spending so much money that it was like hard to imagine that they were getting, like a reasonable return on that, based on what we were seeing for our marketing spend. Just like was like nonsensical spend that was like never going to pay off. So there was that, we had our own business to compare their actions against. We thought, the FTT token was extremely suspect. There's not really a reason for that thing to exist. And so, that was like, that combined with Alameda, combined with the size of the team and the resumes of the team that was known and sort of the centralized control. I mean, just the pace at which they were doing things, right? Like we would hear this from investors. FTX is moving so fast and, we'd be like, well, yeah, that's because they're like 50 people and basically all the decisions are made by like one guy with like no accountability and no process and, nothing that you would expect from like a financial services company that you would trust with like billions of dollars. So, there's just like a lot lacking on their operations, at least from the outside. And, as we know now, basically it was like, a few people at the top that really controlled the whole thing. And basically no one else in the company had any kind of visibility into what was happening and were completely duped, and that thing wouldn't happen at Kraken. I mean, we have like a massive finance team of like, over 100 people and massive security team and all of these guys like looking at stuff.
First of all, I want to say that you guys in the chat are really adding to the conversation. You guys are asking some good questions, making some good statements. Yeah, I really want to talk to you guys, but I think that a lot of people want to hear the Twitter live space too and just kind of go into what you guys are saying. But a lot of what you guys are saying is really slapping, right? So even the people that are pro, against, coin, doesn't matter. You guys are making some good arguments here, Do I think CZ is like the end all be all? No, but he's a great mind in cryptocurrency. And literally, it would be kind of weird if he's exposing all these other cryptocurrency companies if he was doing the same thing. I bet CZ has known about this for a while, and he's probably saying it now. I don't know what's, because yes, Alameda Research's financials were leaked, but I bet you CZ and all these people knew that was going on behind closed doors, right? So I'm gonna wait to dollar cost. I've been buying Crow the whole last week because of the whole market dump, and I thought Crow was a good play, and I still think it is a good play. But you got to give us some time. Let's see what happens, right? I need the CEO to come on a space like this and address the situation. My opinion.
How are we supposed to, as an industry, call it out? Who are we supposed to call it out to? How are we supposed to address it?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think it's really hard for another competitor to call it out because I think it's just going to be immediately discounted and look like someone's afraid of competition and trying to throw their competitor under the bus, to just gain an advantage in the market. So I think we really need more independent voices and, Kraken can certainly say something or I can say something, but I think it's going to be way less credible than it is coming from somebody more.
But did you guys call it out? The question: did you guys call it out to regulators? Because I was going to ask that same question, Ron. In that,
which regulator? Which regulator? Regulator in Bahamas? I mean, which regulator did you call it out to?
That's the best question this guy asked so far.
Well,
God
Andrew,
damn it.
I've got a question for you. One more question for you, Andrew, because Gaurav asked that question, and I want to explain it to the audience, and then maybe you can answer it. Is a problem that the okay, I'm going to call something out then. In the industry, there's been multiple occasions in which exchanges receive tokens of a project to list a project. Okay, that's common practice. So for anyone listening, when a project wants to list on an exchange, Mexi, Gate, Qcoin, etc., they have to pay that project in a whole bunch of tokens, plus in most cases, fiat as well. One issue, and then Gaurav brought up that issue because I'm guessing, Gaurav, you've had that experience. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been in the business since 2016, right?
Hey, Mario, I'm a project owner. I've had that experience directly.
Exactly. So what happens, Andrew, is, and again, that's unrelated to the liquidity issues. So for the audience to understand about being illiquid, that's unrelated, but it's a concern nonetheless. Is exchanges, and again, you're the one on stage, so you get props for being here. But your answer, in my opinion, will apply to many other exchanges that we know, Gaurav knows, Wahid knows, and others know. They dump the token of the project as soon as they list it. So they list a project and just dump all their tokens either as soon as they list it or in the early stages. Can you confirm that Mexi does not have that practice?
Yes, I can confirm that we do not have that practice.
There's your answer, Gaurav. I managed to get it for you. I wanna go ahead. Sorry, Gaurav.
Anyways,
there were details to it. There were a bit of details to it. Why do we enforce, along with the listing term sheet, why do these exchanges enforce a certain amount of liquidity, certain amount of criteria to be above the listing price when the listing price already is enforced to be above IDO price? These kind of things, and then forcing through market makers to have liquidity at that price is sort of assuring their exit of the tokens. I mean, that's how it looks. And then the dump comes. And at times there are situations, because obviously exchanges are listing, 3 projects a week or something like that in the bull run. So they miss the details that the project does not even have some amount of unlocked tokens to the crowd. So the question arises, where are all these tokens coming from that are sold on the books of the market maker, basically, that was enforced through the term sheet of listing the token?
Hey, Gaurav, you want to know what's really funny? Is I asked TDMM, which is one of Gaurav's market makers, to market make for me on MEXC in 2 weeks. So I actually got approved by this lovely lady called Libby. And we went through.
Let's not digress the question.
Yeah.
But I want to jump
go
in
ahead, Wahid.
because I'm actually a supporter of centralized exchanges. A couple hours ago, I probably was the only person on the show who was saying that the entire ecosystem needs to be maintained healthy, and we need to support both decentralized and centralized exchanges. So, Andrew, I have one question only. Not about listings, not about paying you, not about dumping, none of that. Okay, just one simple question. If there was an IMF type fund, which in this space is actually no more than 20 to 25 billion, maybe 30 billion at most. If shit hits the fan, is your management team willing to hand over the keys? Obviously, shareholders are zeroed. Senior subordinated bonds are zeroed. And basically, the only people protected.
Do me a favor, smash that like button. Smash the like button. We are a few likes away from 200 likes. Let's go, baby. Smash that like button.
Structure. Is your management team willing to do that? Because only then, I believe, we're going to be able to have some form of trust in the system. And I'm actually very bearish that if we don't fix this trust, this entire space is going to get really, really hurt over the next few months.
Damn.
And did you take that one?
That's facts, though, man. That's facts.
So essentially, he's asking, essentially, Wahid, what the question is if there is a bailout fund, and
yeah, I want to know these management teams, are they willing to protect depositors over and beyond themselves?
But you're asking if Mexi wants it, but Mexi doesn't. Yeah. Just to be clear, then go ahead. Okay, Ron, I thought you were speaking. But Andrew, Wahid, what you're saying is that would Mexi want to participate in this in terms of receiving funds and zeroing in shareholders, etc., or participating in terms of committing funds to that.
Mario, it's very simple. With this kind of leverage in the system, most of these centralized exchanges, we've
Crypto.com is
established with
recovering
all this
though.
brain power that you have on this show, which is phenomenal, that many exchanges have negative equity. Okay, just like banks had in 08. I'm not going to repeat all my speech. Just like gold reserves and silver, etc. There's 10 times more futures than there is actually physical gold. I'm not going to get into that bullshit. But the point is the system, like so many systems around the world, I would argue every system around the world is highly leveraged. In this scenario, a lot of people have to take pain. Speculators, equity holders, etc. I'm looking out for the small $100, $300, $400 depositor in so many decentralized exchanges, because the way I see it, it's going to be a demise. If there was
So I've got some
a
interesting
liquidity
information
fund
here that is breaking from our team and some people that I've been working with. We've been doing some on-chain analytics. There's a lot of rumors spreading out right now about some crypto.com transactions.
Shit, that's what I was waiting for. Shit, did you verify it?
Yes. So here's what I can verify.
Here,
First of all,
here it is.
it is true that crypto.com sent $1 billion worth of stable coins to FTX prior to all this falling down. It is unknown, however, if they were able to pull this back out before the collapse. So there's a potential that there's $1 billion of stable still technically locked in what they did there. On the second side, people have been spreading rumors that crypto.com moved assets from Binance in order to pay for withdrawals recently. Speaking with several on-chain analytics people here, this includes mad scientists, Fuzalia and Alex Valantis. It appears that this is likely a normal whale or just a market maker. There's not enough data in the metadata to actually prove that has anything to do with crypto.com actually moving assets to pay for withdrawals. This is something that's spreading out quite a lot on crypto Twitter right now, so it's kind of important to know that.
Okay, so just to clarify, you've got two pieces.
Okay, so here's some clarifications. The whole they withdrew money from they withdrew money from Binance is probably wrong, but they may have sent $1 billion to FTX before the collapse, which would be absolutely catastrophic if they didn't get their money back. Okay, it's going to clarify that.
I do not know that number right off the top of my head. No,
let me see.
Can you
I'm not
drop,
sure actually.
Can you drop the transaction? Can you drop the transaction so we can track
Ron,
it and maybe just track?
Yeah, Ron.
Just track the wallets.
We have a group of a few analysts. If you want to join them on WhatsApp, Romy, could you send you my WhatsApp number and I'll add you in.
Okay, drop me a WhatsApp on the
yeah, Romy, if you can DM Ron on Twitter my WhatsApp, and then Ron, I'll just add you to that group, and then you can follow. I'll also put it in the tweet. I'm just drafting a tweet now. So the $1 billion, I'll see how big of a hit that would have on crypto.com. And then the second point is people that have been spreading rumors that crypto.com moved assets from Binance in order to pay withdrawals. It appears that this is likely a normal whale or market maker. What's that amount? How much funds?
The amount that was argued or
what the fuck? Dude, these Twitter live spaces are such ass, bro. We're just have to wait till it goes back up. It appears that I'm making a tweet right now to clear it up. It's not true. It appears that it may have just been a whale, but at crypto.com. $1 billion. Okay, we want to work here. We want to work. What do we want to do here? We want to keep sucking? Let's go, Elon Musk. Fix this. Here he goes.
So one thing, Mary, I learned from talking to centralized exchange today, and I'm not going to mention which. Basically, sometimes you have to send stables to unlock a shitload of your tokens. So if they have a leverage arrangement with FTX with derivatives, they've got to send stables to unlock a huge amount of their tokens.
Guys, I've just got who's the I cannot share it. Fuck. Bro, can I share it? Hold on. Let me see.
What? Tell us.
I share without the name. Come on, bro. Please give me permission. Please. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, I'm waiting to get permission to share. We can share it anonymously.
Okay.
So there's a big name in the space DMing me now. Yeah, we can share it anonymously. So I'll just chat to him via WhatsApp. But that's fucking major. That's really fucking serious.
What is it? What is it? What is it?
What is that?
Then Chris, I just told
You have
fucking share
me
it.
on the edge of my seat now, Mario.
Yeah, bro. It's I don't have permission to even share it with you. He's typing now, so I'll let you know. But if this is, I'm just gonna say, all right, it's happening live. So, man, I'm gonna say, Mr. X. I call you Mr. X. I'm gonna say exactly what is written, but won't say who the name is. Okay. Fuck. I'm gonna mute myself, guys. Let me just send him a voice note, see if permission I can get.
Wait,
I'll be back. Alex.
While
chat.
Mario's
I'll be back.
doing that, I actually have a quick question. Jesse, you're probably the best position to answer it, but it's kind of twofold, right? So the first question is, I think there's a lot of people, pushing back, like, it's dangerous to push FUD on Twitter, which, I generally agree. However, on the flip side, if these exchanges are holding their customer assets one-to-one, the FUD really shouldn't matter. And like the worst case is, people just take money off the exchanges and they move back in. So my first question is, how do these exchanges, how are they impacted by people moving off? Is it they're just losing exchange fees, or is there some type of, other fees they're having to pay? And the second thing is, for the exchanges that offer some type of staking rewards program, say it's like ETH staking, and there is, a lockup period and then a cool off, how does that impact their ability to process customer withdrawals?
Yeah, good questions. If the exchange isn't doing anything with the client funds that they're not supposed to be doing, there should be no problem to process withdrawals. It's apart from maybe accessing their cold storage, if they've got a really secure cold storage process. If they are forced to go into their cold storage, maybe that could be a bit of a hassle. Normally, we generally kind of top up the hot wallet from deposits every day, and it's pretty rare to have to go into cold storage because deposits and withdrawals, relatively sort of balance each other out. And then we have sort of like a warm wallet structure, so going into the cold storage could be a hassle. So that could be something they shouldn't really mind the withdrawals unless they're getting some kind of yield on those balances somehow, which would probably be, you check the terms of service and see what they're allowed to do with your balances. So yeah, it could cost them revenue if they're actually deploying your balances.
Yo, what's the
to
news?
earn some kind of yield for themselves.
Yo, I need the news. They cannot say those sorts of things and just dip out like that. I need the news.
There's no way to get that out unless they have a token, for staked ETH that you get, and then you can get that token out.
Jay, harmful, very harmful.
Jesse, how long would it take you to access your cold wallet? Assuming that the funds in your hot wallet ran out, how long would it take for the transfer between your cold wallet back into your...
Yo, can we not keep going out? Dude, this space is such... These fucking spaces are such ass. Hopefully they don't announce this news while we're waiting. I'm going to wait. Here, I'm going to put on my phone just in case I get something. I'll see if it's even working on my phone. No, it's not even working on my phone. Yeah, it's just lagging, guys. It's just lagging. So we'll have to wait a second. But we'll just wait.
One day.
There it is.
We had 50% of all the funds were withdrawn in a single hour or something like that. Then yeah, we're going to have to go into the cold storage. There are some mechanisms around being able to access the cold storage. So it could be some time. It could be several hours. It could be even maybe a full day, depending on what's going on. So I don't think that would be unreasonable for someone to.
Do you mind if I quickly jump in, Jesse? Just want to correct something. Chat, I need you to do more DD on that $1 billion to FTX, because credible sources are just giving me different information, and sources I trust. So I need you to clarify that.
Yeah, I verified that with multiple on-chain analytics.
I'm
is built.
gonna.
So
I will send it. I will send you a number of someone. If you could just chat to him and give him all the information and let me know what the conclusion is. I've deleted
right.
the tweet till then. I wanna. It's just such a major piece of information that I want to make sure it's 100% accurate.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you, Jesse.
Yeah, I was just saying it wouldn't be unreasonable for an exchange to say that they need 24 hours to go into their cold storage and top things up, especially depending on the size of the operation. You know, how many people do they have that can be on call to go do that? You know, do they physically need people to show up at the data center? Is there, you know, a randomization process for deciding who goes to the data center and signs? So, you know, there could be quite a bit of process involved if they have a pretty robust system. So to me, it would not be a red flag if someone said, like, we need 24 hours to top up the hot wallet, you know, for like unprecedented kind of like surprise withdrawals. For us, though, you know, we keep topping up the warm wallet, and you know, it would really have to be like a surprise thing. You know, like we keep increasing the balances of the hot wallet. You know, if it looks like there's a trend of withdrawals coming up. So I don't know. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, perfect. I don't know if you guys have spoken about this, but there was a statement from the Bahamas Police, Royal Bahamas Police. I don't know if you guys have spoken about it. I'll read it out just in case you haven't. It says, in light of the collapse of FTX globally and the provisional liquidation of FTX digital markets limited, a team of financial investigators from the Financial Crimes Investigation Branch are working closely with the Bahamas Securities Commission to investigate if any criminal misconduct occurred. And it's released officially from the Royal Bahamas Police account.
I have another breaking now that the season here is breaking. DeFi Yield Web3 has just posted some crypto sources claim that the trading terminal 3 commas has been hacked. Hackers might get access to your API keys. We recommend to revoke all accesses if you have ever been using 3 commas.
Sure. If any of you guys in the chat are using 3 commas, they're compromised.
Now, chat. It's not just you. Chat is validating. Chat is now validating the $1 billion.
That's because I'm stuck on this validation right now.
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna send you the link. I'm gonna send you the link, Mario. On
Thanks,
WhatsApp.
man. Yeah, my WhatsApp. I don't even know where to start with my WhatsApp.
Eric, I have a question for you since you're from CoinSquare. Are you going to be implementing the Merkle tree?
Sorry, Dad, I'm having a hard time actually hearing you. I wonder if it's because I joined from your link. I know others are hearing you okay.
Can you hear me
okay,
okay,
Chat?
Can you hear me?
I can hear,
yeah.
I can hear others. Yeah, Mary, I can hear you.
Are you open for the Merkle tree proof of reserves? Are you going to be implementing that?
Yeah, we're looking at it right now. So CoinSquare, just so everyone here, I don't know if you're familiar with or not, is one of Canada's largest cryptocurrency exchanges. We offer trading of over 40 plus coins, only spot trading. We only also currently deal with Canadian clients, and we are actually regulated as an IROC broker dealer. IROC in Canada is equivalent to essentially FINRA, which regulates all of the broker dealers in the US and in Canada for IROC and IROC's purposes. I think for what's unique about Canada.
It seems that Crypto.com is kind of holding at this 6 cents level. Broke to like what 5.8 cents, and it's kind of hovering around here, kind of waiting to see what else is happening. We don't know exactly what's going on, right? We don't know. Hector said, I smell a bull run from this. Let's see.
There's insurance that comes with that as well. So on the cash that's held at CoinSquare, there's similar to SIPC in the US, which is the insurance that covers sort of securities in accounts in traditional equities. There's $1 million coverage from the Canadian Investor Protection Fund that covers the cash in your CoinSquare accounts. And then most importantly, which I think everyone wants to hear about here, is that we do run daily reports that we give to our regulator to ensure that all client liabilities are met or exceeded by the amount of client assets the amount of client assets in cold storage are met or exceed the amount of client liabilities at any point in time. And this is obviously really critical. So to answer your question, Chet or Mario. On the proof of reserve side, we're evaluating it right now with our auditor. As I mentioned, we go through audit financial statements. We will be providing sort of the initial proof of reserves, I guess, sort of audit with Nansen. So we're in communication with them right now for that. But on the official Merkle proof of reserves piece, we are evaluating that as well with our auditor at the moment.
All right, so thanks a lot, man. I appreciate the update. It just shows that the benefit of being regulated for centralized exchanges. Chet, did you want to add the updates on that that information without mentioning names?
Yes.
And by the way, just
we
for
were
the
told-
and I want to say anyone from crypto.com that can come and clarify this. This is like what I'm okay. I just want to express something. I understand the concerns around FUD. Perfect. So if there's FUD spreading around you, then just and we're inviting you. Any exchange, whenever we mention your name, whether it's crypto.com or Gate, we mentioned Gate, KuCoin, Gate. I was gonna say FTX. I'm just so used to it. You can just come up and clarify those concerns, either yourself or one of the other executives. Mexi was on stage earlier. We have Eric from where are you from, Eric? From a Canadian exchange.
Yeah, CoinSquare. We're the
CoinSquare.
exchange you forgot.
CoinSquare.
Hopefully after this,
Yeah,
we remember our name.
I remember you guys. OG. So we have other exchanges waiting to speak. But then the exchanges where we mention this information that you consider quote unquote FUD, you complain about it, but you don't come up on stage to talk about it. So my panel is available for people critical, people with concerns, but also people with facts or have opposing views. But yeah, I'm gonna be
also
amending
Mario too. I pinned a tweet, which is that I think there's been some pushback to like Twitter FUD and all that, but at the end of the day, if Twitter FUD alone can drive your company to insolvency, the problem wasn't with crypto Twitter. It was the way you were running your business. Because
if you
actually follow the
I would agree
rules,
with that.
everything needs to be backed 1-to-1 anyways. So yes, it could do some short-term damage, but it should not drive your company to insolvency.
Absolutely.
My argument
to
the one thing that I wanted to clarify here. So from what we've gotten on the information from the sources that we have, so someone very close. So I'm not going to name who got this information to us, but I can confirm at least that this is verifiable. So the two things
I've got two.
Why does it keep doing this? Rodney is a Charizard. That is true. Proof of Rodney. Hold on. Let's see. Dude, why does it keep going through? They were just about to say something. A hit job by crypto. Oh my God. This channel sound like a Saitama group. Shut up, Humbia. You guys are some straight degenerates in the chat. You guys are some straight assholes. Look at this, though. Look at Sam Bankman-Fried's investment. Look at his empire. 3 commas, who a little bit of trouble right now. Anchorage, Artemis, Burnt Fine. Look at all this. This is Alameda Research. Acquisitions for FTX, FTX US acquisitions and investments, FTX Ventures. Jeez, SBF, man. He's like that nerd you pissed off one time. And this motherfucker's like, you know what? I'm going to rule the world. And I'm going to rule the world. That's what he said, It's not Microsoft Edge. It's not even working on my phone. It's not Microsoft Edge. It's not my internet. It's the space. It's not even working on my phone. Try again.
I said previously, they are actually clear for us from a securities regulator perspective. We might not always agree with them. I'm sure people saw the investment limit sort of requirements that were imposed on clients, but ultimately that's to protect the end customers. And so it's I think proof of reserves is kind of the first step, but regulation I do think the right regulation with clear guidelines I think is important here as well.
Yeah, on the proof of reserve stuff, this the Nansen list is really just a list of assets, right? It's not really a list of what your client account balances are, what your liabilities are. So it's just sort of half of that piece of what a real Merkle tree proof of reserve would be, which includes the client balances versus your actual assets. But I'm curious to actually ask you guys, with the nonsense stuff, an exchange could share all of its addresses publicly and maintain that list, pretty much in real time. But you do lose some privacy as a user, because your own individual deposit address at the exchange might be disclosed. Do you guys think that is worth doing? That privacy trade-off is worth doing, or is it better to do these sort of snapshots and Merkle tree proofs, like with an auditor, where you don't necessarily have to disclose all of the exchange's addresses to the public?
Yeah, that's a great question, Jesse, and something that we've thought about as well. I mean, the way we deal with our client assets and liabilities is, we make sure we're one-to-one with the assets in cold storage. Actually, so we would only be exposing when we do the Nansen piece, the cold wallet addresses. So it's not an individual person's address. That was a concern though of our legal and compliance teams when looking at the Nansen, and that's kind of what we were talking about this weekend. But I think your points that you're spot on. It's, you're only showing the one side of it, which is the assets. You're not showing the liability side, and so it's not really giving you the entire picture. And that's why I do think audits and having auditors, appropriate auditors, look at the books and records with the regulatory oversight is definitely the way to go. But at least it's it's one step in the right direction. We wouldn't be having a lot of these conversations we're having here today if Crypto.com and Binance and a few others didn't already post sort of their wallet addresses. We can now hold them accountable here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I also do feel like there's
you guys are wild.
It's fairly easy, to detect essentially like deposit addresses, even if, like, in the best case scenario, the exchange kind of like generates one-time use like deposit addresses whenever someone wants to deposit. But like at the end of the day, we all know that people are going to reuse them. And also like it's also fairly easy, whenever checking kind of like Etherscan or anything out there, to detect like what is a deposit address, because like obviously the orchestration mechanism within the exchange is gonna essentially get back the fund into omnibus accounts or cold storage at kind of like a regular interval. So I do feel like it's like there.
All right, I'm gonna do 20 more minutes to talk to the chat. I know for the people who came here for just this live space, I'm gonna be shutting it down. I mean, they're going to be probably going live all day. I'm going to hang out with you guys for a little bit, talk to the chat, some of the DGens who want to hang out for like 20 or so minutes, and let's just chat since I've been ignoring you guys, and talk about what's going on here. Ask some questions and those sorts of things, and we'll go from there. But if you guys want to go ahead and check that space out, literally just go to fucking, who was in that space? Mario here. I'll put a link to it in case you want to jump over to there. They're saying what now? What are they saying? What are they saying? Let's see. Hold on. What are they saying now? Did they ever say what the big news was? No, they didn't. They didn't really say it. I mean, we'll see what happens. They are coming out with news, but we're not even sure if it's like confirmed yet. So, all right. This says dude, rest in peace, Sandstorm, right? Sandstorm got wrecked, but I don't even know. It's like BTFA, Clear Cryptos, and Sandstorm all wrecking each other. And you know what? Let them destroy each other. I don't care, right? Short Tether. Dude, what kind of degenerate shit? Dude, hopefully Tether is not in deep like a lot of people think they are. Cause I'm in too deep. Da 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 da. Sunday coming over. Sunday. Oh my God! Some people just want to watch the world burn, baby. Oh, yes, I am getting paid from Volt Inu. Volt Inu is my only sponsor this month. Volt Inu is a meme coin that has been out for a year that is still thriving. What the? Why is Volt Inu still here? FTX is gone. Terra Luna is gone, but Volt Inu's still here. I'll tell you why. Volty change, baby. Shout out to my sponsors. They want to pay your boy. Golly, you know? Let's go, Volt. Let's go, baby. Say what you want, baby. It's pumping today. Don't waste your ETH on me. You're already the entity inside my head. Don't waste your ETH on me. You're already. You can't really do that. Someone's volted? Yes, I am volted. But don't volt me or I will volt you in your volt. And trust me, people that get volted in their volt end up walking like a volt for a good week or so. All right, Rodney, can you do a video on how to send your tokens to a cold wallet, please? It's you got to get a cold wallet, though, first. Make sure you buy one first. Randy volted is volted. Fuck yeah, let it burn. I hope all centralized exchanges crash. Hard starting with Binance. Pablo and Power from Volt are the next Sam. Volty change or Volty? It's Volty change, okay, guys? Dude, Volt literally has the craziest community, dude. They are so supportive. Volt has been pumping, but the best is yet to come, and then the best is yet to come, and then wait, who's the best? Has the best yet to come yet, Hector? Is that what you're saying? Yes, make sure you buy your cold wallet from a company, Ledger Nano X. I like them. You don't have to get a Ledger, but I like Ledger. They're cool, and they come in different colors now. Ooh, I have like 2 extra Ledgers that are not even opened yet in the box, just in case. So. Let's just say a lot of our net worths are tanking, right? Only one sponsor this month. That's why we're getting a long stream. No, actually, I actually started to get the bug again. I don't know what it is, but I feel like working hard again. I don't know what it is. Remember last year I was putting out like 5 videos a day? I feel like doing long streams again. I feel like putting out multiple videos again. I don't know why. I just feel like working. I don't know what it is. I just feel like working. Like last night, I was literally going to go out and turn up. But I was like, you know what? I need to put out 15 videos. And put out 15 videos I did. You know? I mean, come on. Remember back a year ago, we used to do streams like this all the time. This wasn't new. We literally did streams like this all the time. Shit's getting exciting again. Yeah, but for the wrong reasons, right? Last year, everyone was excited because crypto was pumping. Or last year. Now people are like freaking out because everything's going under, right? What's up, my Ultra? My Ultra got a little drunk last night. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Hell yeah. We are waiting for a Saitama anniversary stream. People didn't want the stream. I did a vote. People said no. How easy is the editing application? It's the easiest. You have to pay for it, though, I think, for the full thing without the watermark. I know you ain't talking, Hitoshi. I know you ain't talking. Hitoshi, once you hit the weight room for a good couple months, then you could talk to me, bro. Hit the weight room first. Come back here. Got them Twitter fingers. You need to be doing some bicep curls. You need to be bench pressing. How about Tonic? Tonic is on the CRONOS blockchain. It's going to live or die with CRONOS. So it doesn't look like whatever's happening to CRONOS is that serious. So we'll see. I don't have a blue check mark. I'm the only one who doesn't have it. All these exchanges can get fucked. They are the ones ruining crypto. You know what, SK? The crazy thing is, SK, about that is that, yeah, I mean, it's like these centralized exchanges, which are supposed to be like for normies, right? For like the general public that doesn't want to dabble in DeFi, right? Those are wrecking the most people right now. Why? Because they're not insured. And what happens when the company goes bankrupt? Well, they use your assets. You know? Your guys' assets get divvied up last. Yeah, I know that. I know that, Mark Moore. That's actually older, Mark. Yeah, sources are saying that several of the companies that Alameda invested in were given a stipulation to hold their treasuries on FTX. Exactly. We know that. Exactly. Shady, right? Shady. Very, very shady. Oh, yeah. The fights last night were crazy. It sucked to see Izzy get KO'd like that, man. But what's up, Sergeant Bunskins? How you doing? Tara paid $5K a month to Austin. How much does Volt pay you? Don't worry about my bag. But let me tell you something. Austin, right? Awesome Austin pulled way more number than any of those damn shills. And Volt, and I know Terrarium was paying those guys like crazy. What's up? Is this the real Oscar or are you trolling? Somebody verify. Get my mods. Is this the real Oscar or somebody trolling? That's probably that's not the real Oscar. Where my mods at? Here, I'll check right now. Cause I'm in too deep. Da 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 da. Oh, this is the real Oscar. Yeah, it is you. What's up, Oscar? Dude, Oscar, if what they're saying is true, no bueno for Crow, my man. No bueno. So there's two rumors circulating right now, and CZ started one of them, right? Yeah, Alex Pereira and Poirier killed it last night. You're a good dude. Good luck with all this. And yeah, people stop worrying about what others are making unless it impacts what you're earning. Yeah, it's weird, right? Duquan in the chat. What's up, Aaron? How you doing? Can't wait for TerraPay. Dude, what Terrarium is doing is an absolute crime. How the hell are you going to have a crypto project that hasn't even been out for a year yet and then launch another token asking for a $6.3 million pre-sale? What in the world? What in the world? Yeah, 0-3. And you know the crazy thing is about that fight last night is that Izzy had him hurt twice. If that second round went a little longer, Izzy would have knocked him out, or the first round. That's crazy. No, Morpheus Inu got taken off the internet. Yeah, but Ramos, if this whole Crypto.com thing goes down, or they get found out that they were doing something shady like that, then it's not going to be good for them. It's not going to be good for them. I don't think Binance would just put out a tweet like that. But here's the thing: if Crypto.com is fine, and it was just a shady thing they were doing, well, then the price is going to move back up, and it looks like it has settled around 6 cents. Ronell with a $5 donation says, YouTubers and influencers hold crypto and support. Without you guys, no movement. No, Izzy's a beast, bro. Izzy lost to the guy that beat him in the last few minutes of the last round when he was dominating that fight. Well, he started to dominate near the end. Okay, so here are the rumors going around. Here, there's a few main rumors. One rumor was that Crypto.com with Gate.io and another cryptocurrency exchange were sending funds back and forth so that they can make their balance sheet look like they have more in reserves than they actually have. Now, Crypto.com is saying they accidentally sent $400 million to a whitelisted address over at Gate.io, and Gate.io sent the funds back incrementally, right, in different payments. So Crypto.com has made a mistake before where they accidentally send funds to users, i.e. the chick in Australia they sent $10.5 million to and only recovered it and found out about it 7 months later. If that's a mistake a professional company shouldn't make. They shouldn't. I'll give them a pass, but they shouldn't make that. It's worrying. Or they were fibbing their balance sheets because of the fallout. Now, what makes me think that wasn't the case is because then FTX wasn't in trouble. Like, no one really knew about maybe some people knew about FTX's balance sheet. Maybe they did behind the scenes, and that's why we found out about it later, right? Because remember, that document was leaked, but the document was from the end of June. So if other people that were involved in other cryptocurrency exchanges knew about that before we did, which is entirely possible, right? These guys know people, have been around the block. Maybe they were at a meeting or were talking to a friend, another person in another cryptocurrency company. They said, hey, Alameda Research's financial statements were leaked, and it shows that they have $6 billion in FTT token. So people are probably like, oh, let's make sure we have our assets looking good, right? That could be a thing. Now, we don't know if that's the thing. Binance called out Crypto.com last night. CZ did, and he called out FTX, and he was true. FTX collapsed, right? Now, the other rumor going on right now is Crypto.com may have put a $1 billion in stable coins in FTX exchange before it collapsed. That's another rumor. So, On-chain data proves what CZ said was right, that money was sent to Gate.io, right? That is true. That happened. Accident, malicious. We don't know, but it happened, right? Is this other rumor true? We don't know. So I don't know. That's the issue. That's the issue. Thank you so much. I mean, we still love crypto. Obviously, we love crypto, right? Yeah, Izzy's a beast. Izzy's a beast. He got knocked out, man. He takes some L's, man. He got knocked out. I mean, the ref could have let that go on, but I think that he was done. I think that he was done. Right? I think that he was done. I think that makes sense that they stopped the fight. Yeah. Let me see. What's going on, the crypto Wadi? Man, I just explained everything that was going on, but he's been knocked out. No. The first fight, I think Izzy actually won that decision. He fought this guy 3 times. The first fight, they went to decision. They gave Alex Pereira the split decision. I thought Izzy won that fight. If you look at the kickboxing fight, it looked like Izzy won, but whatever. The second fight, yeah, Izzy almost stopped that guy. They gave him a standing 8 count. Izzy almost, and he got knocked out. Same thing with this fight. What? No. Izzy is fine. He lost to a guy that has his number, right? Izzy's fine. Yes, we were talking crypto and fights. Ricky says, you'll be surprised the people who love the drama the most are those who put $5 into products and then call themselves a big holder. Yeah, I mean, I feel bad because I put a lot of money into crypto.com at like 30 cents. I put a lot of money and I am down. I don't want it to go down, And I think it will survive. I think people say like don't participate in this FUD and stuff like that. But you got to keep in mind, a lot of the other cryptocurrency projects, they actually went and spoke. CZ spoke. Kraken spoke. MEXC Global spoke. Why can't Crypto.com get a representative up there and go tell them what's up, So let's fight 3 rounds. I'm down. I don't know, Mizzy Matt. I think it's a monthly, like a couple bucks a month, something like that. No, I mean, I heard you. I mean, and I know why is this. I don't know why is this happening. This is why it's happening because during the bull run, people got greedy. Guys, when you have a cryptocurrency platform that is offering you 8% back on things and the crazy APYs, how do you think they're getting the returns on their investment? They're only giving you a small portion of what they're earning. So how do you think they're getting those APYs? They're lending out your money. They're doing shady shit with your money. So what happens when the market dumps? Well, all those people that are over leveraged and doing shady things like that get exposed. Why do you think in traditional banks you get like 0.01% interest on your savings? It's because it's not sustainable. And say what you want about the banking system in the United States and our debt's crazy, but it's been working, right? And not for how long, but it's been working. We're $31 trillion in debt, and we're going to keep printing money. So I don't know. Javi with the $2 donation says, my neighbor is Neil Mellison. He agrees. Who's that? Binance Classic coming. Y'all wild as hell, bro. Look him up. Dude, if that's a fucking porn star, I'm going to be so mad. Oh, American coach. Oh, I know this guy. Why does he look familiar? What team is he on? I know who he is. He's a grappling coach. Nice. I'm getting better though. I mean, I've been out for about 2.5 years. I've been out of the game for 2.5 years, but I feel good training. I'm at a really good gym. Yeah, it's getting more intense. Yeah, it keeps getting crazy, guys. It's crazy that today is the 1-year anniversary of the Sadamask release event. Like literally 1 year ago today, we were witnessing a shit show, and now we were witnessing a shit show on a absolute grand stage. Yeah, like someone made an interesting comment right on my post and says, I think we need to redefine the scope of a degen because as I see it, absolutely everyone is right now. That is so true. Everyone is say what you want about shitcoins. Say what you want about these products that come in and pump and dump and rug. FTX is arguably worse than any shitcoin that ever came and pumped and dumped and rug. Not even arguably. Like we could say for sure, right? This is crazy. This is crazy. God damn. Oh, Lord. Anything wrong with Planet Fitness? Planet Fitness sucks. No, I train at a gym, MMA gym here in San Diego. I'm not gonna tell you guys, little weirdos. I think what's happening, what if Saitama has a chance to come up? Well, Saitama is a decentralized exchange, and they're being investigated by the authorities right now, so they have their own shit to deal with. If you guys don't think Saitama's not being investigated, you're out of your mind. They are. They are. We'll see what happens, but yeah, Terrarium and Saitama are a fucking travesty. Planet Fitness sucks. You don't have any power racks, and they like kick you out for like working out too hard or something, right? Didn't they say that? Right? They didn't say that, but they do that, right? Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, the lunk alarm or something like that. That's kind of weird. Isn't that a little weird, you guys? They do that stuff. Roddy does Tybo. Do you remember Tybo with Billy Blank? Hey, that shit was a workout though, huh? I remember when I was growing up, I grew up in foster homes a lot, and there was one where the family was like, they were like big into Tybo, so we would do Tybo. Zach Dumfries is currently editing his newest Crow Shill video as we speak. I mean, Zach unfollowed me on Twitter. He got all mad. Come on, Zach. I'm sure I'll meet him at the end of the month. He'll be all right. Only if you're launching bars across the gym after the sets. Annoying. Oh, really? Ronnie, how do you live in California but not going to LA Fitness? Because LA Fitness doesn't have it's not an MMA gym. It's a fucking gym. Aerobics videos from the 80s were wild, right? Isn't it fun, like all the bro science that goes through, like literally all you have to do to lose weight is like move more, eat less. Right? Don't slam the weight, bum ass gym. All right, y'all. I'm out of here. We did a 4-hour stream today. I'm out of here. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I do appreciate you guys. Guys, the drama is continuing on Twitter. It's going to be here all day. I will keep you posted for anything going on. Let's see if the market is dumping. Yes, market is confirmed. Market is dumping. Bitcoin down 72% of the year. Ethereum down. Fuck. Sorry. Right. Oh shit! Look at all these top coins just down on the year, right? All right, y'all. Y'all have a good one. Thank you so much for watching. Happy Sunday. Go out, get some sunshine, hang out with your family, kiss your wife, kiss your kids, kiss your boyfriends. Sergeant Buns goes, make sure to kiss your boyfriend. All right, y'all. Have a good one. Shut up, Hitoshi. Bye.